Hello. It's stream number 95. I'm working on implementing joint consensus in my raft algorithm implementation. And I almost said that without screwing up. Implementation. So what is this all about? I'm working on a game. It's called Omniarania. It's not yet playable, but it's going to be a multiplayer online game. And it's going to be retro style 2D. Think of Ultima series. Hey, Raleigh Monkey. Rhyme away, that's right. And I'm going to be putting a lot of different things into the game. But in order to get to that point, I need to have my game servers and the game infrastructure up and running. So overall, the game architecture is multiple servers in what's called a cluster. And then the client is going to be running in the browser using JavaScript. And they're all going to connect to each other through WebSockets. There's also another special server on the other side called the orchestrator, and its job is just to start and stop the game servers. The game servers all have their own copies of the game, and they're all in sync. The way that they're kept in sync is through a consensus algorithm. I'm using raft. You want to know more about raft? It's on raft.github.io. So I've implemented enough of the algorithm now so that in the server cluster, one of the servers will be elected leader. The leader's job is to make the final decisions on state changes. We implemented state in this algorithm in terms of a sequence of entries or commands that are put into a log or journal. When played in sequence, they make changes to the game state. Clients and other entities like NPCs in the game will make requests to make state changes, and ultimately they'll make it to the leader, and if they're okayed, they get applied to the log, and then the log gets replicated across the other servers. The reason why we have a cluster of servers here is so that we have fault tolerance. So if any one server were to crash, all the remaining servers still have a copy of the current game state and they continue running, and clients should only see temporary disconnections and then they reconnect to a different server and they continue. Hopefully that will be pretty much hidden away from users. They might notice a slight lag if a server crashes or gets taken down, but generally we want to make it invisible. So the last couple days I've been working on reconfiguration. So in Raft, changing the configuration of the cluster. So for example, going from 4 to 5 servers. It requires either one of two implementations. If you look at the Raft thesis and the white paper, there's a more complicated two-step configuration process, which is the one I'm actually doing right now. And then there's a simpler one where it limits what you can do to just either adding or removing one server at a time. I'd already started down the path of doing the more complicated one, which is more general, which supports adding and removing an arbitrary number of servers at once, but it requires a two-step process. And so that's what we've been implementing. Let me pull up the white paper to illustrate that. Let me find it. Here it is. So they talk about the cluster configuration in terms of this terminology: C old new, and C new. Hey there, bug found. Naysayer is live too. So C old is, you can think of that is the configuration of the cluster before you asked for the change, and C new is the new configuration after the change. So in between, there's a step called the joint consensus, where you have basically a union of the old and new configurations, and that has to be established before you can transition to the new. The idea, I believe, is that if the old and new sets are drastically different, you can't just abruptly change from the old to the new, because you could have things like server crashes come in and disrupt things and then put the cluster into a weird state. So going from old to old new is safe. Going from old new to new is safe, but not, you can't do them both at the same time. Do you know what major MMOs do in their server implementations? I have no idea. but I would imagine they either do some kind of fault tolerance algorithm, or they just simply have a large number of distributed servers. I thought about that if the game got really big, I could just throw lots and lots, like hundreds of servers at it, and then if one crashes, the entire game isn't brought down. You just have maybe one zone or one dungeon stop, and then you can even have it quickly transition. You can have another server that quickly transitions players over to an alternate server, right? You might lose some information, but it wouldn't be. It might not be as noticeable if there's just a large number of servers. But I don't know. So anyway, I've been implementing the prerequisites I need to do this two-step process, and I think I'm ready to actually implement these steps here. So that's the plan for today. So there's actually a third step. They don't show it in the diagram, but it comes out of one of the issues, and that is this one right here. That in order to avoid availability gaps, which are caused by new servers not initially having the log and it taking time for them to catch up, the raft introduces a additional phase before the configuration change. So you can imagine there's one right here that's being applied. In fact, I think it's this during this dotted line period. Let me see if that's right. No, it's even before this dot here. So this period here would be this additional phase where new servers can join the cluster as non-voting members. So I laid the groundwork for that yesterday. So a server now can be a non-voting member, and we just need to implement this phase. So the way I thought about doing it is when the leader of the cluster is asked to start the configuration process, it sets a flag called config change pending, and then tells the orchestrators about the joint configuration, so the C old new. Orchestrators, since their job is to start up servers, they'll just start up the new servers now. And the leader will not pass that joint configuration on to any of the other servers. It's just setting it to the orchestrator. So they'll start up and the new servers will be like, hey, we're not in the cluster, so we must be non-voting members. So during that time, the leader will catch them up. So they'll replicate the log to the new servers. Once they're caught up, and I need to figure out the definition of caught up, whether that's we just draw a line in the sand, so to speak, on the log and say when all servers at least have X number of log entries, then we're caught up, or some other thing. The white paper isn't really clear about what they mean by caught up with the rest. It doesn't really say. So, but anyway, once that happens, then we transition to joint consensus. So that is this point here. So the transition is that you apply it to the log, and it takes a little bit of time before you need both a majority of the old and a majority of the new to have it matched or applied to the log. And then at this point, it's considered committed. And when that happens, we transition to the new configuration. So you apply the new config to the log right here, and then it gets applied to the log and then finally committed once it's replicated to all the new servers. And at that point, we could step down. The leader can step down if it's not in new, because at that point, only a server in the new set is allowed to be the leader anyway. And then we've set the new configuration of the orchestrators. What that'll do is the orchestrators will see that, okay, there are servers running now that aren't in the config set, and it'll actually stop them. So there we go. It's a 3-step process. The 2 steps formally shown in the algorithm, and then this third one to catch up other servers. So if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask me. I have some commands, like I did this a little bit earlier, but I'll do it again. You just want links to the algorithm. Or if you're interested in the process I use test-driven development using the Google Test Framework. So I recorded a video showing how to get started with that if you're interested. But the process is a little weird to some people. We don't write the code and then try to test it. We do the test first and then write the code. So it looks kind of backwards. So for example, for this new API change to start the config process, I'm going to start by writing a test it won't even compile because the API doesn't exist. Then what we do is we update the API and then update the codes so that it does compile. And initially, it probably won't pass the test. But once we do get it to run and see that it fails, then we fill in the actual code to make it pass. So that's, in a nutshell, the test-driven development process we're going to do. So let me actually just write out the test cases that I want today. So I need a way to provide the new configuration. So start configuration process, I think. We'll just break it up into the steps. And then the next test will be I guess transition once new servers have caught up. Let's say apply joint configuration once new servers caught up. Actually, I'm going to get into the habit of doing this so that I don't forget to fill in a test. What I will do is I will say assert true is false, just to force the test to fail. That way if I forget to implement the test, I'll know it when I run the test. Okay, so basically it's apply new configuration once joint configuration committed. Let's put that in there. All right, and then I think what we'll do is we'll also test. Actually, I think I already have a test for that. Like leader steps down. Let me see if I did that. I think that was actually part of this. Actually, well, no. It's sort of a side effect of this. If the leader applies a single configuration and the leader isn't in the cluster anymore, it becomes a non-voting member. So we already have a test for that. So one of the side effects of being a non-voting member is you can't run for election again. Oh, but it'll still send out regular pings to keep leadership. So I think we do need a test. So this will be the setup for it, and then the test will be that it doesn't maintain its leadership once the new configuration is applied. So say leader steps down if not in new configuration once it is committed. And let's just, for parity, we'll have a leader maintains leadership if in new configuration once it's committed. Okay, so those are the tests for today, I think. Start configuration process. I like to break up unit tests a lot of the time into 3 stages. Arrange, act, and assert. So arrange is anything we need to do to prepare to run the test. Act is to actually run the test, like call the method that we want to test. Assert is to check side effects. So in Google Test, you'll see macros to define the test, and that basically makes either a function or a subclass which defines the test, and then the test runner automatically detects these compile time and then knows what notice to run them. When we run them, oh, I don't even have my shell open. Let's open my shell. Show you what it looks like when we run them. So raft test. It looks like a sequence of all these tests here that are running. Hey there, Romani, I hate. How's it going? So when we add tests, it just gets longer and longer. If we wanted to, we can narrow it down with the gtest filter. So if I wanted to say only the ones that have configuration in the name, right? So we can do that. Just arrived home. Awesome. All right. Yeah, so other macros you might see in Google Test are these forms. So there are lots of different alternatives. There's asserts and expects, and assert means to stop the test if the check fails. Expect means to mark the test as a fail, but still continue if the check fails. And there are different variants, so there's expect true, expect false, expect equal, not equal, greater than, less than, all sorts of different things. A good resource to list them all is when you go to Google Test Framework on their GitHub. They have a test primer, which you can read through, and within like 10-15 minutes, you'll get a good feel for what are the different macros you can use. All right. So we need to have it become leader. And I have a helper to do that. Let's just use the helper. And I think I do need to be explicit about the term. Actually, hold on a sec. All right. Become leader. I need to be explicit about the term. Let me make that a constant here, because we'll use it in the actual messages we expect it to send out. All right. Actually, what do we expect? It should set this flag, which we can check for. It should send it should construct a joint config and send it to all orchestrators, right? And then it should, well, we don't need to test that it catches up the servers, because it should just naturally happen because of the code we already wrote and tests we already wrote. Any server in the cluster will start to get new entries added. I suppose, do we have a test for, does it actually append entries to servers in the joint config? Turtles? Hey there, Tembido. Oh, turtles. I get it. I get it. How are you doing, Tim? Nice emote there. Trophies. Okay, so right, so the act is that we're going to have a way to change configuration. New configuration. So let's have an old and a new configuration. I'm doing spectacular, Tim. How are you doing? Oh, you're already doing well. Sorry. It's like, how are you doing? No, how you doing? No, how you doing? Yeah, right now I am implementing the procedure in raft consensus algorithm where we change configuration. So it's, if you're familiar with the algorithm, it's this part here, or shifting from a new cluster config to a new one, and there's this intermediate stage. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about when I say raft, it's just an algorithm for keeping a cluster of servers in sync. And so this is basically the overview of the game I'm working on, where it's multiplayer. So on the back end, you have a lot of copies of the game, each one running in a separate server, and they're kept in sync through this consensus algorithm. So for today's work, it's, if this is a cluster and the shape of the cluster is how many servers, then when you change configuration or change the shape, you're either adding or removing servers. And the C old would be the set of old servers, C new is the new set. They can overlap. And to transition from an old set to a new set, there's this whole procedure that we're doing. And it's a 3-step process. We bring new servers up online and have them catch up to our state. Then we momentarily have a joint consensus where you need both old and new servers running and agreeing on changes. And then you apply the new config, and then you're good to go. It is more complicated? Well, It might be because I'm doing a lot of stuff from scratch. If you look up raft, there's like a ton of implementations already out there. So if you were to use someone else's implementation that's already been done and tested, it would be far simpler since you just would stand on their shoulders, so to speak, and leverage their work. My stream is sort of the theme of my stream is to do everything from scratch as much as I can, and so it gets a bit more complicated. Cool. Yeah, I know you worked on your own engine, right? So yeah, shout out to Tim, by the way. I'm in his stream sometimes, and it's pretty cool to see someone working on their own, not only their own game, but their own engine. So yeah, just setting up the tests here first. Yeah, I wanted to, yeah, let's steal this. I like to take from one test to another, just so I don't have to keep, hey, thanks for the follow, Tim. Just I don't have to keep copying things around, so we don't need all of this though. We just sort of need 2 configuration sets. Yeah, so let's define 2 configurations, old and new. Actually, we already have cluster. That's sort of old, so we don't need that one, right? And actually, I can start it off being the same as the old, and just simply modify its instance IDs. Right? So let's see what I want to do. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be some kind of change. So we'll just have it remove server 11. How about that? Yeah, we don't have an entry. And this doesn't exist yet, but when it does, we'll be passing in the new config. And what do we expect to happen? We expect that it's going to send a message to every orchestrator. So we should probably have a mock orchestrator connect to it. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. That's outside the scope of this module. Right. Okay. Yeah. So what? Yeah. The orchestrator stuff is outside the scope. I should mark that. I might want to mark that here. Expected to happen in integration. And then the same thing down here too. Some people might say it's an implementation detail. I'm trying to do things in a componentized way. So, for example, the raft implementation being this box, in the integrated server, it's going to be controlled or used by this coordinator component, and the coordinator component talks to the orchestrator through the web gate. And so the actual mechanism of telling the orchestrators that the configuration changed is sort of outside the scope of this raft server. And the command to change the configuration comes from the coordinator, so we don't have to tell it to go do its job. We just need to do our end in the raft part. So that is in terms of the rest of that step, which is I guess here's a good point to check that we actually start talking to the new servers. Right. Actually, I like that. So let's make it more complicated and actually add a new server. Let's make it 12, so we'll expect that it no longer sends messages to 11. No, actually it will. It'll continue to send them to 11, but it'll also send it to 12. So it'll send it to 6 servers, not just 5. Yeah, I like that. So I need to take the code from where we actually did append entries. Where would that be? They did this yesterday, so it must be around here somewhere. Not that one? Not that one? Shoot, where was it? I don't remember. Let me just look for it. Append entries. These are all sending them in. We want to see them expected. Actually, I can just do this and say equals equals. There we go. So that's one thing I copy from. I want one where I'm collecting a set. I did that at some point. I think this was it. Let's take from here. Yeah. I don't always remember. That's why we have tools to search for things for us, right? So this is part of the assert phase. So we're basically collecting a map, and for every instance ID, we're remembering whether or not we received a message. And so we'll initialize it with all the ones we expect, which will be a union of the old and new. So we'll do that, and then we'll do this as well. This one. So now this append entries received per instance will have everything for every instance that we expect to receive one in on. And we're going to do two things. We're going to make sure that the append entries that are sent out, that we record, here's where we record where it was, who it was sent to, and this doesn't matter. And that's one thing we'll check to make sure that it was sent out to everyone we expected, and then we should also make sure it's not sent out to anyone we didn't expect it. So I think what I'll do is I'll have it search this first. So auto entry, I'm sorry for my long names, equals find. Basically, we're going to ask the set to find that instance in that map, and then we'll check if it equals the end iterator. That means it wasn't in the map. Then we want it to fail. So I'm going to turn that if into an expect true, that they're equal. I could also do an expect equal, but then if they're not equal, it prints out the values of the iterators, which doesn't matter. It'd be too confusing anyway. So we'll expect that it is false, actually. And that, actually, we only want to do it in this case, right? And then we have the iterator already, so we can just use it to set that flag. Yeah, it's just, Tim, there's just a lot of people will tease me about the names being really long, especially the names of tests. I like to make long test names because they kind of, I want in one sentence to remember like what the test is about. I really probably should get into the habit of making it even more readable by doing that. But I just have the habit of not putting underscores in camel case or Pascal case names, so maybe I need to break that habit. I don't know. I'll change if a lot of people pester me about it. Is probably what'll happen. This is completely readable. Yes, I agree. All right, so yeah, there's one thing I should probably, to make this simpler, what we should do is probably just ignore. Hold on. We should probably just remove our own instance from this set. So our own instance is server configuration.self. So if we say we're server 2, then let's remove that from the expected set. That makes the code a little bit simpler. So entries instance erase our own instance number. And then I cast that to void, and that's because erase actually returns something, and this is a explicit statement that I don't care what it returns. And then I can just remove this if here. So at the end we expect to have it sent to every instance. Hey there, Buff Seagull. Snake case is best case. Screaming, actually I use Screaming Snake case for header guards. There we go. Screaming snake case. Oh, also for constants. I don't have a huge number of constants though. I've been trying to make everything runtime configurable. So yeah, like this class has no constants at all. But if I did, it would be screaming snake case, just like the Google macros. All right, so this test is done. We just need to get it to compile. I need to actually add the API. So that needs to go into the public API. I call this public API. There's two API levels. Public APIs for me usually means a pure virtual base class, and I like to put the I in front because that's an old habit of mine. And so all the methods will usually be virtual and pure, as in equals 0, right? And then what I call the concrete API is another class that inherits from that public API and implements everything. I call it concrete because this is the concrete class, so you can actually instantiate it, whereas the pure virtual one you cannot. And the reason why I do that separation is that the only component that should have direct access to the concrete API is the integration layer where we do dependency injection from. So if I were to refer back to my diagram, there's going to be a main program which is instantiating all these, not all of them, but the major players here. We'll instantiate them, and then we'll basically configure each component with pointers to the components that they need to talk to. And those pointers will be the base class, the interface class pointer, so that when these components are actually talking to each other, they're usually not talking to each other through the concrete API. They're usually talking through the public API. That gives it a little bit of encapsulation. So that gives me the opportunity in the concrete API, I can have just methods that are used in the testing. So sort of like backdoors for testing. And also things like setting up diagnostics, which should only be done at the integration layer. So it gives you a nice separation of these are the methods we expect only the main program and the testing framework to call, whereas these ones are all the ones we expect the components to call on each other. So in the concrete API, we're going to add that. No, it was the public API, right? It needed to be there because it's going to be called by the coordinator. It's right here. It's a good place, right? And then we need to pass it the new configuration, cluster configuration. And that does document that. So begin the process of reconfiguring the server cluster. Should I say more what happens here? What's expected? The server is expected to what exactly? To start sending log entries to the union of servers in both the current and new configurations. Once all new servers have caught up, and I'm putting them in quotes because I don't really have, well, I have a formal definition of new servers, but I don't really have a formal definition of caught up. Just kind of annoying. When Diego did his thesis, he just mentions that once the servers have caught up, but he doesn't have a formal definition of what that means, at least not here in the text. Maybe he does later. Yeah, I just haven't. He's got sections in his thesis where he uses much more formal language to describe that, which I might have to go look at to get the formal definition of that. Or I just might guess. My guess would be caught up means that they have at least as many entries as we had when this function was called. So as in draw a line in the sand and say once servers reach the point where all the other servers were at this point, then they've caught up and then we can continue. Hey there, Starless Jupiter. How you doing? I need a visual for that, but it sounds like a great thing. Really, I have yet to get really good at TD and writing unit tests. I do on occasion. Yeah, I struggled for years to get into it, and I still think I'm kind of a noob. The examples that teach you how to do it usually give you something really simple. Like, for example, here's in the JSON class I wrote. Here's like one of the most simple tests you can write. If you're, this is the first test I wrote when I was going to make my own JSON parser. It's like, okay, if you have the string null and you give it to the from encoding, which is a factory that makes a JSON value, you expect it to be equivalent to a null pointer. And when you give it false, it should be, not only should it be false, but it should, when you tell it to go back to a string, it should be false. And same thing for true, right? So, and then they get more and more complicated, but they kind of teach you, when you're learning TDD, they teach you to just start simple with very simple use cases. And then you can kind of start to get the hang of it with that. Another thing to note is that my tests are pretty ugly when I first write them. They're too long. Ideally, you want a unit test to be around this size. You might have a little bit of setup, but you really want the thing you're doing to be very small, like 1 or 2 lines, and then side effects to be 1 or 2 lines. Then that makes it a lot more readable. When they get to be this long, like this is maybe on the edge, maybe beyond the edge, it's a sign that some of the stuff you ought to put into helpers in your test framework. And I have some of those helpers already, like become leader. This procedure for how you set up a server to be leader, it's enough code that it was called from so many places, it warranted making it a helper in the test framework. So part of what I should do is, after I get it to work, I should come back and refactor this to really cut down the size of each test by making helpers. Yeah, the hairiness, I think a lot of that comes from if you're not diligent in refactoring and simplifying your code to make it readable. I think it gets really hairy, definitely. I think you can cut down on the object interaction just by splitting your design up into a lot of pieces. But yeah, even that, I think you're just moving the complication, you're moving the difficulty around. And I actually prefer the difficulty to be in the architectural decision, like how to break up things. But once I've broken things down, I only really test within a component, so I only make unit tests. I don't make integration tests. I know it's controversial. The last job I was at, this one guy was like, "You don't like integration tests? So what kind of fool are you?" So I understand that sentiment, but my thought is that if you push the complexity to the architecture level and you make your components simple, then your unit tests aren't so hairy. And if you did the design well enough, pieces should just fit together naturally, and then you won't have that much to test. Given that your components are well tested individually, when you hook them up, they should just do the right thing. But maybe it's just wishful thinking. It works out okay for me, though. All right, so change configuration, I was adding that. Once all servers have caught up, apply the new, the server will apply the new configuration. Or let's say, apply a joint configuration, old plus new, to continue the process. Well, let's just abbreviate the whole thing. Once the server will go through the joint configuration process to transition to the new configuration. That's probably enough. Yes, it's all about raft. The raft stuff has been going pretty well recently. I added the log entries to raft pretty seamlessly. I had a lot of trouble when I first started out to get the election process working. I should demonstrate that for people who haven't seen it. There's not much to see, but it is kind of cool that it works. So I can say stage. I like to collect all the files into one staging area, and then serve is just basically run the orchestrator. The first thing it does is it launches the 3 servers in the cluster, and the 3 servers, we try to connect to them. And then once we connect it to them, we get back diagnostics. The first thing we hear back is, oh, the cluster has elected server 10 to be the leader. And we're like, that's cool. And here's some things that the algorithm will do. If I actually find that the leader, which is process 5328, and I just stop it, a couple things happen, right? So we get a warning that our connection got broken. And pretty quickly, the 2 remaining servers in the cluster elect a new leader, so server 11 took over. And then We get some other more detailed diagnostics, and then we finally, the orchestrator will relaunch server 10, and server 10 will come into the cluster and say, okay, I'm following server 11 now. So the election process is pretty good. We get an initial leader, and then if the leader dies, we get a new leader. And then if a follower comes in, it comes in and joins without disrupting the leadership. It works pretty well. When I stop the orchestrator like that, it will stop everything. So yeah, it works pretty well. It took a while to get working though. And by the way, if anyone's interested to look at that stuff, I have a pretty detailed, try to keep detailed notes of what I did. So like the election process, I think I worked on it. Yeah, around stream 77. All these are in YouTube too. And that might be interesting to some people for specific topics, like way back in, this is the one I like to point out a lot. Where is it? Way back on stream 67, I implemented SHA-2 256. So if you're interested in hash functions or HMAC, that was a fun stream. So you could like go to my YouTube channel, look for stream 67, and have fun watching that. Yeah, I also worked on Twitch messaging API. I made my own Twitch bot back on stream 58 through 60. And if you're interested in TLS, I dived into it back on stream 53. I don't recommend watching every single one. I mean, some people do. I think they're very cool people, but also it's by no means expected. Just if you guys are getting interested, yeah, you can. This is all on OneNote. All my notes are public. Do I have it on our notebook? Yeah. Well, thanks for the follow, Wayne. So yeah, if you're like wondering how this started with Raft, you could look back and not that far, back in stream 77 or 76, I started working on it. Yeah, I haven't been streaming that long. My schedule is 10 to 2 Pacific. And it'd probably stay that way for a while. 4 hours a day is sort of my limit. If I ever were to increase it, I'd probably have to take a break at 4 hours and then come back after. All right, so this is the, how do I say it without using its own terms? This represents the cluster shape that we want to which we want to transition. There we go. I've done it without using the word new or configuration. All right, so that's in that public API. So of course the concrete API needs to override it because it's a derived class. And it's just a block here. I don't bother to repeat the comments or anything. And then we need to implement it. And we'll just put a dummy implementation at first. The whole point is to make sure that the current behavior is failing the test, which verifies that the test isn't completely broken. The test should fail because this is a new feature requirement and I have not implemented it yet. Okay, compiler, what did you tell me? Change configuration is abstract. Oh, yeah. There are other implementations of this, right? In the coordinator, we have a mock of Raft. So that has to have the same kind of override. Where is it? Realm server, tests, coordinator tests. Mock Raft, here we go. There we go. So it also has to override it, and do I need to say anything here? I think I do. I have to say like Raft ice or Raft cluster configuration. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now it's happy. Ooh, what did I do wrong? Class redefinition. Oh, okay. I think I know what it did. I have some tests I forgot to rename. Line 3000? Oh yeah, look at that. I renamed it and I didn't change the name. Or maybe I just hit paste one too many times. Yeah, I think that was just pasted too many times. So these are being placeholders for work I'll do later today. This makes sure it fails so I don't forget to actually implement it. No, I don't want to do that again. I want to go back to the build directory and run just this test framework. And we'll even run a filter. Configuration, because I think all the tests have that in the name, right? Yeah. So, 4 passed and 5 failed. These 4 that passed were from the log entry, so I could even narrow it down and say, we only want the server tests that say configuration in the name. There we go. Very narrow. So they all fail. Actually, I didn't expect... Oh, okay. We don't know what instance number is unless we actually do another cool thing from Google Test, which is if we're in this loop, like this loop, and we want to know what iteration of the loop failed, we can actually shift out some extra messages. So I can, it's kind of like C++ IO, right? We can just do that, and now when we run the test, it'll tell us which instance did not receive a message. 2, 5, 6, 7, and 11. Interesting. But it did get 12. That's weird. Oh, that's right. We became the leader, but we did not... It's not going to send out new entries until at least like one heartbeat interval. So the test framework has to do something. Hold on, I'll find it. Hold on. I think this is one. Yes, so we have to advance the clock a little bit. Not quite the minimum election, but a little bit over half, because that guarantees it'll send out a heartbeat. And we want to do that when, like, right here. Hey there, Madia Code. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I have this little wave now here that I can do. Okay, so now it's down to just 2. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't 2 our own self number? I erased it from there. Oh, I'm iterating the wrong thing. That's why. This should be this. Oh, hold on. And it's like we can do const auto reference, and then it becomes let's make this entry. So it's this entry dot second, and the instance number is that entry dot first. And make it a little bit easier on the eyes. I can do that. Right, okay, so this is what I expected. It didn't send one to 12 because we haven't implemented that change configuration yet, so it's only really going to send out heartbeats to the old set. It's not going to send them to the new set. And these are all failing because of my placeholder, so that's fine for now. Alright, so let's implement the code. Change configuration. What should it do? Let's first of all, let's make it thread safe there. Oh yeah, I should probably have a test for this. We shouldn't allow change configuration to be done unless we're the leader. Let me make a placeholder for that. Start configuration process when leader. And let's have one for when we're not leader. I'm just guessing what we'll do is we'll expect it to do nothing. But let's just leave that a placeholder for now. Okay. Right, so In essence, we need to do what I said we should do. We don't need this flag yet, but we will need it later to actually pass all of the tests for these. But to just pass this one, we need to be sending log entries to the new server. So in order to do that, I think we just need to turn on joint consensus, right? A joint configuration. And store the new one. So next configuration, I think I called it. These variables we added yesterday, sort of as groundwork for doing today's work. We need impl in front. It's 2 levels indirected, by the way, because I use the pimple pattern. I don't think I have a command for that. No, I need to add one. I'm trying to make commands for everything I might want to give people more information about. So the pimple pattern looks like in your concrete class, you don't list your private members, either fields or methods or functions. Instead, you just have an opaque structure. So you just define the name and then you have a pointer to it. I like to use unique pointer because that uses RAII, which I don't have a command for either. Shoot. Coming up dry on commands here. Resource acquisition is initialization. So basically, whenever this is destroyed, it actually frees that object. Or whenever the whole class is destroyed, it automatically destroys this object, even though it's through a pointer. And try not to use raw pointers in modern C++, because then you have to worry about when you call delete. Use something like unique pointer, it calls it for you at the correct time. Unique pointer means that you don't share it with other objects. If you did, it would be shared pointer, and then it would have a reference count. And last reference being released, that's when it gets destroyed. And you can even customize this to have it, instead of call delete, you can have it call something else, which I do occasionally. Anyway, through this pattern, we kind of have put all the private properties in another structure, and then we have to indirectly access them. That's one level. The second level is for lifecycle separation. So a lot of the time I will have like either a worker thread or a callback that I'll have running that might run longer than the lifetime of the entire class. And that worker thread or that callback might need to share some variables with the class. What I'll do is I'll put them into yet another object called shared properties. And usually then that's through shared pointer, because we do share it with the worker thread or callback or whatever. And that kind of separates the lifetime of the things which are destroyed with the server and the things that might be destroyed later if some callbacks or worker threads linger a little bit longer. That's why you'll see there's 2 levels of indirection. Yeah, and the circular sharing, I try to break through this shared as well. So that's there's a common way to break circular dependencies, and I'm going to make a video about this, but I have it here under to do. So example problem is you have A and B depend on each other, so that might be a circular sharing problem. It might be a circular dependency at link time, whatever it is. Solution is you identify what parts of one of the components that is causing the cyclical dependency. So let's say we took B and we broke it up into a smaller version of B and then B prime. And A depends on both of those pieces, but let's say B only depends on B prime. Because you took the things that, you might take some stuff from A. Actually, I should probably augment this. Maybe I don't have this correct. I think, actually, let me change this a bit. Let's call this B prime, and we'll call this AB. To A prime, B prime, and AB. That's more generic. Break up A and B into, we'll say, take parts of a form AB from parts of, let's call that a prime as well. Form AB prime from parts of A and B. Remainders go in A prime and B prime, right? So that's the part that was sort of codependent. That gets removed. So now A should depend on B prime and AB prime. And then B will depend on just, did I have this right? It could depend on, oh, I guess the more generic one would be this, right? They both depend on that part. Yeah, I think I had this wrong yesterday. I must have been tired. So yeah, here we go. So you take the things that are common and break it out, and then the original components, which are smaller, only depend on the common part. And the common part doesn't depend on anything. AB prime depends on nothing. Okay, see you later, Tim. Might as well be using Rust. Use guard and headers? Yes, I do. I'll get that in a moment. But anyway, this applies both to object dependency and also for circular sharing. If you have sharing, and that so when I have this shared object, that's my AB prime. So that shared object doesn't depend on either the server itself or on anything else outside. It has no dependencies really, only its own stuff. And then so server might be A prime, and then B prime would be maybe a callback or something. They both depend on that shared thing, but not on each other. So you avoid the circular dependency. All right. Yeah, so header guards. Why are header guards important? I should actually, that's a good thing to have on my list. Why bother? This is sort of a wart on the languages, both C and C++, that we have to use the pre-compiler with these directives to include, because the compiler of the language has nothing to do with pound include. This is a preprocessor directive. Before we even compile, a preprocessor which knows nothing about C or C++ just brute force removes that line, replaces it with the contents of that file. So if you were to have this twice, and you didn't have a guard on, let's say the iserver.http didn't have a guard, you would get 2 copies of everything. And if each copy had code in it, the linker might get confused and say, hey, wait a minute, you have 2 copies of that thing. So the header guard kind of prevents that from happening, because the first time you could have that 2 includes. The first time you would get all the definitions because that symbol would not be defined, but then it's immediately defined. So then the second pass through, you would just skip over the whole file, basically. And it's usually, you don't see it when you have like a redundant include. You'll see it a lot when you include something. Let's say iServer also needed timekeeper, and then this file also included timekeeper. Then by the time you reach this line, you will have included it twice. So that's the guard prevents 2 redundant definitions. And if you're on some compilers, there's a pragma, if I get this right, once. Something like that, that is sort of a trendier alternative to the preprocessor. You might see pragma once. I don't remember the exact syntax, but it's the same thing. Same idea. All right, so let me get back on track. Pragma once? Yeah, that sounds right. You guys got it. Okay. Right, so I had added that. That actually might be enough to pass the test, because once we go into joint configuration, it should send it to the union of all servers. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if I implemented that yet. This might still fail. Yeah, it still fails. So the joint consensus is applied, but then the decision about which servers we append log entries to doesn't consider the joint configuration. So we need to fix that. So I need to find the function where we actually decide to send out entries. Why don't you use pragma once, which is less work? It's because this I know works for every platform and tool set. I don't know if Pragma Once is supported by everything. I want to make sure it works for Visual Studio, for Xcode, and for whatever I end up running on Linux, whether it's Clang or GCC. You know, and I could do the research if I did the research and I found yes, every tool set I ever use now or ever will use knows about Pragma Once, I would probably switch to it. This is just more of a strong guarantee that to work. I don't know. Yeah, see, I don't know if Pragma Once is supported on GCC and Clang, and then in like I'd have to check which versions do you need, and then that becomes sort of a list of for dependencies. So I like kind of keep that in the README what it should work on. And if like let's say they didn't support Pragma Once until Clang 10 or something, I have to say, well, you need at least version 10. So that constricts what how useful it might be. So yeah, but yeah, I might be wrong. I just haven't done the research. I don't know if I could make that Pragma Once and it would work. In fact, I have these things, topics to be researched. Maybe I should add it there. Check if all, let's see, all modern C++ tool chains support Pragma Once. Put that in quotes. So at some point, when whenever I feel like doing research and I just pick a topic, I might pick that one and look into it. You can see I got a lot of stuff that I've been curious about researching. Oh, you already have the link for me. Cool. How do I click that without... I'm using Yada, and usually I can... Okay, I got it. Usually I can double click a message, but if your message was completely a link, it was giving me problems copying it. Cool. I will look that up later. Thank you. All right, so it wasn't an apply configuration. Queue heartbeats to be sent? Yes, so these sets. So actually let me search for that. That might be more than one place, which means I might want to refactor first. Actually, we don't want to... Oh, wait a minute. Should we fix this too? That's when we're a candidate. Actually, yeah, that'll be affected by join config as well. Queue heartbeats to be sent, and depend long entries. I wonder if I should just make a helper that gets us the instance IDs for the current configuration. I should also be doing the union of the two sets only once, otherwise it'd be a lot of wasted time. Yeah, let me do that. Let me refactor this out. So let's call a get cluster shape a get instance IDs. And let me put that in the clipboard for now. And we'll just repeat that get instance IDs. Okay, so in all three places now, or where should I put the helper that those three places call? Put it up here at the top. So we're going to return a set of integers. And let's make it a constant reference. Get instance IDs. Right now we'll return that. I'm just going to change it, just do the refactoring step and then make sure I didn't break anything. And then we'll put more the magic in there. So return the set of instance, the set of identifiers for the instances currently involved with the cluster. So involved either as non-voting members. Actually, I might want to qualify it, say like whether it's voting or not. I'll do it later. Currently involved with the cluster, so that could be whether they're voting or not, whether they're new, or whether they're old. Okay. This is completely redundant, and it's because when I run this through Doxygen to make a PDF, these two paragraphs might go into separate areas of the document, and so I need the information in both places, or I want the information in both places. Okay, so let me build that and make sure nothing broke. So for that, I'll need to run all the tests without this filter. I should still have only the new test fail. Cool. It's just those 6 new tests that fail. Now we can modify this so that we can say, oh, hold on first. Well, I can just do it here. I can say if shared joint configuration return shared I probably want to rename this guy because probably I'll say joint configuration Actually, why don't I just make it a unique pointer? So yes, let's just do that. So if it is null, do one thing, otherwise we're do that. That's what we do. And the other we'll just do a dereference. That means I have to change joint configuration, which is not that bad. Let's go do that. So it becomes not just a flag, but a unique pointer to one of these. Actually, I guess that merges with, no, it doesn't. This is the old, this is the new. Joint is old and new together, which is merged, which is the union of those two. So it's itself a raft cluster configuration. And we don't, the default is already null, so we're good there. I just need to go all the places where we have this joint configuration. How come this doesn't work? Oh, because it's not a set. I screwed that up. It's this. That's the correct type. And then we don't return instance ID. Oh, wait a minute. We don't want the instance IDs, so it is a set. I just need to return. Yeah, right. I got it. Instance IDs. There you go. Then yeah, all the other places were joint config. So here, when we apply it, we simply I think the right way to do this is you reset it, right? The default is null. And then here, we need to actually form the union. Question is, does standard set have a union, or do I have to do it myself? I'm looking up my manual here. I use Velocity for offline manuals. It's basically the same as CPP reference. So I can look at set, and I can see, does it have a union? Either operator or method. Merge, that's in C++ 17 though. I'm on C++ 11 still. There's another reason why I might want to move to 17. Oh, but that takes, oh no, there's a const reference. How come it says internal pointers of the container nodes are repointed? It attempts to extract splice. Oh, extract each element and source and insert it into this using the comparison. There's an element with key of equivalent that's not extracted. Only the internal. So they end up, what, sharing the same values? Huh. Zeal is good for docs. I heard dash was good for docs, like on Mac at least. I hadn't heard about Zeal. I'll have to look that up. Unless, does that That sounds familiar. Let's see someone else. No, it just sounds familiar. Let me look that up later. DevDocs.io. Really? All these things I don't know that you guys are so much more competent at than I am. I guess I'll just do it myself here. We'll just do it this way. So we'll start it with a reset new cluster configuration, which is copied from cluster config. And then we'll just iterate through the next. So for auto instance ID in next configuration cluster instance IDs void, because we don't care what the return value is. Joint configuration insert instance IDs insert instance ID. There we go. That's a brute force merge or union. Zeal is Qt, so Linux support. Yeah, that's sort of a requirement for me. Not a hard requirement for Linux, but more like a bonus for Linux. But for hard requirement for me right now is it has to work on Mac and Windows, because when I am coding at the beach or like on vacation or something, I take my MacBook with me, and I like to be able to do much as I can from that I'm used to doing at home. I like to do that on the MacBook as well. Linux is a bonus because I only have Linux when I'm at home anyway, and there I have Windows too, so it's not such a big deal if I don't have it on Linux. Alright, so let's see if that worked. Oh no, there are a couple other places joint configuration is looked at, right? Not there. Here it is. So if it is, let's shift this around. I don't like using negative logic. So that means this actually flips around. It's a consequence of me not liking to use negative logic in ifs. So if it's null, then it's not a voting member. If we can't find ourselves in the current configuration. But if we have a joint one, we look in the next configuration as well, and possibly we might be still a voting member. And then what else? Oh, here. Right. So, oh, wait a minute. Is that in two places then? Is that because we could receive it or we could set it ourselves? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If this is done here, can't I just call that? Where is apply configuration used? Oh yeah, it's when if we receive it. So that's what a follower usually does. So we can do the same thing. So I can just do this. Apply it as a new configuration. So we want our old one, which is our current. And then we want the new one, which is the new configuration. So just let that do the work for us. And that needs to be Impel. I like the fuzzy searching, which is what both the velocity and dash do. That's a stale. I think that's just a stale warning. Yeah, IntelliSense doesn't like remove a red squiggly caused by a compiler error just by changing the code. You have to compile again, which is maybe one shortcoming of VS Code for C++. So in other words, if I do that, there's a red squiggly, and I can fix it if I haven't compiled yet, right? But if I don't fix it and I kind of try to compile, the compiler turns it into a warning, into an error. Now even when I fix it, that red squiggly just doesn't want to go away until I try to compile again. And it tells you totally out of date information. It's like, you're still misspelling it. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not. So Visual Studio would remove that red squiggly right away. VS Code doesn't know to do it until you recompile again. Now it says, okay, there's no problem anymore. All right, let's run this in the tests. Cool. We're passing one now. This is progress. So start configuration process when not leader. That's just because I don't have a test yet. And okay, this test is significantly easier because we just expect no change when we are not the leader. Actually, to test it correctly, we'll need to have some kind of peeking into the state. And we might as well just do the peeking here too. We should yeah, make it part of the side effects. So expect true server dot, let's call it is joint configuration. Not is, a server is not a configuration. Has? You know what we should also do is make sure that it did not append an actual entry. So we can do that here. We can simply say expect true that the message sent dot message dot, what is it, log is empty. There are no log messages included. Okay, now yeah, I need to add this has joint. Does it have a joint or not? Not that kind of joint. Joint configuration. So this is a test framework method, so it's in the concrete API. So it kind of goes here, I think. Sort of peeking into the object to see what its what side effects happened. Whether or not this server is using a joint configuration set it's currently using. All right, so let's implement that. Very straightforward implementation. Just come on, IntelliSense. All right, it doesn't want to jump to that function. Is vote. There we go. No, not the variable. There we go. Very straightforward. It's just a two-liner. Enter the critical section, grab the condition. The condition will be joint configuration is not equal to null pointer. All right? Build it. Run it. Cool. So now to add the new test, it's kind of the same thing, only we don't become a leader. We'll be a follower. Become... I guess we don't have a become follower. I think we're by default a follower. Can I just leave it at the default? I guess so. So there's no arrange. Oh no, we still need to arrange the new config, right? Okay, yeah, that'll do. So we just don't become anything. Sure. So we expect it to be false. Should we also just expect that it didn't change its state? So expect equal to raft iServer election state follower. It still remains a follower. And it shouldn't send anything out either. So expect true messages sent empty. Right? So it shouldn't do anything. I think that will not work right now because I don't have the check. Yeah, it's actually going into an infinite loop. So I need to fix that. So actually, why would it go into an infinite loop? It really shouldn't. Kind of curious why. Oh, hey there. I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. I don't want to. I don't want to really screw it up. Guillermo 4. Hello. How are you doing? Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of curious why this is getting stuck. What I can do to see is I can grab that test case name, and in my launch configuration, I can make it part of the filter here. And I just tell it to go, and I should see it stall in the debugger, which it does, and I can simply hit break. See what is it doing. The worker thread. Oh, that's right. We didn't. The worker thread never ran because we never mobilized the server. Become leader does that for us, but if we don't become the leader, we need to do it ourselves. So that is this mobilize server. And waiting one loop. Probably a good idea. Hold on. Where were we? Right here. Mobilize server. Wait one loop. Oh yeah, we don't do that. So we just wait one loop. And then we can act. I'm good. I'm working today on the configuration change procedure in the raft consensus algorithm. So if you're curious about that, there's the pointer to raft. If you're really into the details, it's this section in chapter 6 where you're going from one shape of your server cluster to a new shape, and you have this intermediate stage, we'll call it joint consensus. And why do I need a whole cluster, and why do I need consensus? That has to do with the fact that I'm making a game which has, oh, thanks for the follow, Kanetian. I'm making a game where I have a cluster of servers for reliability, for fault tolerance. So every one of my servers will have the same game state. This is a game server. And so if we have one server crash, or let's say we stop it because we want to update the code, the other servers remain functional, and the raft consensus algorithm that I'm implementing right now ensures that if one server crashes, the cluster continues to function normally. You only have problems when a majority of the you no longer have a majority of servers still running. That's why we usually have at least 5. I only have 4 in the diagram. I should probably put 5 here. So yeah, if you want to know more about what I'm doing, the whole reason I'm setting up this infrastructure is I'm trying to make a multiplayer game, and it's going to be retro style, like Ultima 5 or 4, and because I want it to be fault tolerant multiplayer, that's why I'm doing the server cluster, which is why I picked this algorithm for fault tolerance. It's a very cool algorithm made by a very brilliant guy named Diego Ongaro. And maybe one day I will send him a tweet saying, hey, love your algorithm. I tried my best to implement it. My stream is kind of about implementing things myself from scratch. So if you're not into that thing, that's fine. But in my stream, you'll see a lot of implementing things which have already been done. I'm just trying to do it myself. I learn a lot from doing my own implementations, and I really enjoy doing it. And it gives me a chance to show you guys how you would implement things. I let my tea get cold. How could I? Well, cold tea is better than no tea. All right, so this test should no longer break, or no longer crash, but it's breaking. Okay, cool. That's what I expected, because we didn't put the code in to prevent it from doing the process. This joint configuration should not be done by a follower, so we need to prevent it by doing a guard, just like I had for my pen log entries. We need to just ignore the request for now, if we're not the leader. So now that should pass the test. So if you're curious what all my process is and you're just joining, I like to use test-driven development, specifically the Google test framework. I made a half-an-hour intro video about it. It kind of looks like I'm coding backwards. What I'll do is first write a test case, which is both a specification of a requirement. Oh, thanks for the follow, Cyberpunk. It specifies a requirement for like a new feature or reproduces a bug, and I'll write it first. It will fail or it won't even build, and that prompts me to then go to the code and fill in what's missing or fix the bug or implement the feature to make the test pass. And you do this in an iterative way, and as you're building up the code, you end up with an enormous, let's see if I can run it, an enormous set of tests. So right now for Raft alone, I have, what, 112 tests? 116 tests. And so not only do you use it while you're building up your code, which helps you prevent writing code you don't need, because really your objective is to only write the code that make the tests pass, and the tests are your complete specification for what's required. So if you do it well enough, you end up with code that just fits the requirements, doesn't do extra stuff you didn't need it to do, and then the test suite becomes your documentation for your both your requirements and how you would use your component. And then in the future, if I were to refactor or change, let's say the requirements change, you would change the tests, and then you would be able to make the requirement change implemented by making the test pass again. Or if you, let's say you break something by accident, your tests act as regression tests. You will see them stop passing, start failing when you accidentally break things. So that's why I use test-driven development. Okay, so I ran that and it's passing now, right? So we're down to 4 cases. I just want to run the ones in server configuration, right? So these 4 are failing because I haven't filled them in yet. Let's fill them in. Apply joint configuration once new servers have caught up. This relies on having this idea of caught up, so I might skip this test and do it a bit later. Yeah, I feel like doing that later. Because these ones are a little bit easier. Apply new configuration once joint has been committed. So what we'll do is we'll take this previous test and right here, fill it in. So what does it mean to apply the new configuration? That would be that we jump straight to the new one, we abandon the old. So we would expect we're no longer going to send messages to server 11. We're only going to send it to these 5 and not the original 5. So we change this a bit. So if we have to first make sure it's committed. So it's committed. Okay, hold on. I might not be able to do this test because in order to commit it, we had to have it applied first. Not this applied, but we need we need the joint configuration to be applied before it can be committed. I guess I can't do this test quite yet. I'll do the more difficult one. Oh well, we're doing the more difficult one. So, how do we know when servers have caught up? I guess I could start with a naive implementation, which would be, we draw a line in the sand, so to speak, and we say they've caught up once they've replicated the same number of log entries. You'd like to do vocational training as an IT specialist for application developers in Germany. Wanted to ask what your experience in this job are. Mostly I have self-taught in C and C++ and other languages and libraries and networking. So that kind of gives you an idea. Also, if you're interested, I have what's called a code journey that I wrote down that talks about what my area of expertise where it was and how why I started learning coding and how. So if you're interested, you can take a look at that. Really high-level programming language. That's cool. Sometimes people tell me this is low level, or that is too complicated, which is correct. Like I said before, tests shouldn't be this long. I tend to write bad code at first and then clean it up during refactoring. It's known as the three-step process. You make it work, then make it right, and then make it fast. So you won't see me doing any optimization, not until step 3. And you won't even see the code look nice because that's step 2. Step 1, I just try to get it to work. As much as I can, I try to do steps 1 and 2 together, but a lot of times like this, I'm only doing step 1, just making it work. You know the basics of CPP and some Java and Python? So yeah, some stuff I did earlier might be more approachable. So for example, like here are the tests when I made a class to work with JSON encoding. This is, I think, a lot easier to understand what's going on. And the class itself is a lot simpler. It's just going to and from strings and this value class. And then there are operations for either arrays or what they call objects in JSON, which are like dictionaries, and indexing and special operator overloads and special constructors. This might be a lot simpler. The component I'm working on today is a bit more complicated. It's implementing a non-trivial algorithm with lots of dependencies and interactions. So that's why my arranging of test cases is a bit involved. Okay, so caught up. I think what we need is we need to have a log. So let's manufacture a log of some kind. We can just make let's make 100 entries. Oh no, it doesn't really need to be 100. Let's just make it like one entry. And let me make a negative case that kind of matches this. Apply, do not apply joint configuration if new servers are not yet caught up. So I'll make that one later. So assert true false is just to make the test fail for sure, just so I can remember to go do it. All right, so let's make a log. How would we do this? Raft server log entry, right? No, raft log entry. There we go. So entry, I think we only need to fill in a term number. We'll make it the same term as the leader. Don't want to make it too complicated. Let's have it become the leader, and then we'll append it as an entry. And then should we have the followers all acknowledge it? I guess we can do that. So for all the ones in the current configuration, we can respond saying we've caught up. So that is append entries results. One of these. Yes. I wonder if I need to do that as well. So does this synchronously apply? No, it queues, right? So we do need to do a... Whoa. I didn't expect that to happen. Huh. That's what I expected to happen. Okay, I think, yeah, I need to... There's some of these methods are asynchronous. So like if you look and you see this queue, I use the word queue usually to mean it's putting the thing to be done or the data into a data structure to be handled later. And the later is usually a worker thread. And so that's asynchronous. It's happening in the context of some other thread. And so I have a test helper called wait for at least one worker loop to make sure the worker thread processes that queue of sending the append entries. So, because we have to send them before we actually respond back that they're sent. So it's just instance number. So we will go through the old configuration, and we don't want to send it. Actually, I can make this a little bit easier. If it is equal, just continue, and then I don't need to indent this. If it's not ourselves, we will pretend that we respond back that yes, we match that index now. So they're caught up. Now we change the configuration. We'll expect that it is in... No, we don't need to repeat that expectation, right? We're really only going to focus on that it applies it if the new servers have caught up. So the act will be we change, actually, does change configuration also? No. Change configuration, it'll have to wait until the next heartbeat. Then we wait, and then we'll again respond. Every server will respond saying, yes, we received it. And then we should expect the next thing, which is that it's added. Right, it should be added as an entry in the log. So what I really need to do is iterate through all the sets. So maybe I just cheat and have a another configuration, joint configuration, and joint configuration instance IDs is we'll just cheat and put what we know it is. The joint configuration is all 6 servers, just so that I can use it when I enumerate them down here. Actually, that doesn't even need to be a configuration. It can just be the set of IDs. So joint configuration instance IDs. And that can be even const, right? Because we can just initialize it to be this. Yeah, I like that better. Then I won't accidentally use it in any other place. So it is here, right? And then, actually I can even change this a little bit more. I can make this joint configuration not including self. I know that's a horribly long name. I hope you will forgive me. Sometimes I use long names. So I can remove the self, so remove the 2. And say these are the ones that we expect that we are going to pretend respond back. And then we don't need this continue anymore. Could do the same thing here, I suppose, but maybe a little bit too much work. So we're gonna match index 1 again, yes. Then we will assert once that happens, we'll wait another period. And then it should send out a second entry. And we'll clear the messages sent here. So we'll expect it to send messages to everything in the joint configuration, applying the new one, right? Hey there, Kenkamatics. Hold on. I like to use my new emote whenever I can. Oh, I missed something from Kanetian. I'm sorry about that. How did I train myself to be better at coding? It just like anything in life, you just try to do it, and when you fail, you learn. So I've done a lot of failing over the years, so hopefully I can say that I've done a lot of learning. Yeah, sub emote. So playing with scissors helped me out with that. I haven't seen him all this year. The whole year so far, I haven't seen playing with scissors. I hope he's doing well. But he helped me set up my emote. Let's see. Yes, so the expectation is that we should go through the messages sent. Oh yeah, right. We expect it to be received by everyone, right? In fact, this is the exact set we expect it to be sent to, right? And nothing else. Right, so expect that it's in the set. We don't expect that anymore. Actually, we do. It should be equal to 1 now, right? It should actually send the new log message. So size. And we can also, while we're at it, expect that 1 is also the value for the previous index. And since we're at it, we should expect the term to be equal as well. Previous log term. Because that's what we put in there to begin with. And I need parentheses there, don't I? So for example, like you're asking, Kanetian, like, how do I train myself to get better at coding? So this is a common mistake programmers make. They forget to put the parentheses here. So just after failing to do that so many times, now it's almost muscle memory that when I see the red squiggly line there from IntelliSense, my eye is dragged to the end to see, did I miss the parentheses? And you end up just getting faster just by failing enough times that you remember what your typical failure points are, and then you just double check. You just double check yourself when you're prompted to by either IntelliSense or the compiler. The same thing with like compiler errors. After a long time of doing the same mistake in your code, you'll just start to learn, oh, this compiler error means I forgot to do this thing, All right, the semicolon is the other thing, right? So that will end up being on the red squiggly on the next line. So I don't usually forget semicolons, but when I do, I detect it when I see that, and I see, well, there's nothing wrong on that line. Let's look at the line previous, right? It's just stuff that you pick up, and it depends on what tools and editor you use as well. Okay. Yes, I think that's good. So this will fail now if I did this right. Oh, I messed up something. Too many arguments. Really? Oh, because I don't have message sent. Oh, no, I do have message sent. What did it not like about... Oh, expect true. Yeah. Equal, right? Interesting, it gave me a green squiggly instead of a red one there. All right, let's run it. I broke it. Oh, I added a test. That's why I went from 4 to 5 failures. Right, I added this one I haven't filled in yet. Okay, so we're expecting a message and it's just not being sent. Which means it did go into joint configuration correctly, but it's just not sending when we catch up like that, it's supposed to send out the joint configuration, which we haven't implemented yet. So let's go implement it. Which means I think I'm going to need a flag. I need to introduce a flag here. Let's just call it... Oh, I had it in my notes, right, for today, what I wanted to call it. Config change pending, yes. That means that we're not yet going to apply it to the log. So this one will change so that it doesn't... Oh, append, I mean, not apply. It doesn't append it to the log yet. It will apply it, but not append it. When this becomes true, then we'll append it to the log. Right, okay, so we need to define that. Actually, let's put it, I think it should go in shared, right? Because we'll need access to that, possibly from worker threads and stuff. So it sort of belongs near the configuration stuff up here, right? Yeah, let's put it here. Okay, it indicates whether or not, I typed out a lot. I should maybe make a keyboard shortcut for that. A cluster configuration change is about to happen once all new servers have caught up. I'm going to put it in double quotes because I haven't finalized what that means yet. I've caught up. In fact, I'm going to make a function to evaluate that. I think that's a good idea. I've caught up. What's the language exactly in the white paper? With the rest of the cluster. There we go. Okay, so we have it defined. We set it to true. So I think in a couple places, we might have caught up already if there are no new servers, right? Then we want to append it directly. So, and this is called, even if we're a follower, we only want to do it if we're a leader, right? Actually, on set is probably a better place. I did set that to true, didn't I? Yes, okay. This is maybe a better place. The work that's required when it's when the configuration changes, right? So here's what we'll do it. We'll say if a shared election state is election state a leader, actually there's a couple things we could do, right? So here's the first case that we're implementing. If a config change is pending, and here's where we're going to introduce the helper. Have new servers caught up. Then we will append it. So do I have a helper for that? Append log entries? Yes, I do. What does log entries need? Just the log entry. So we need to have some new entry. We'll make a new entry, right? I don't have log entry. We haven't actually needed to manufacture log entries yet in the server itself. This will be the first time that the implementation actually manufactures an event. So it's const auto, we need a command, right? So it's make shared, we need a joint configuration command, right? And its old configuration is our current configuration. So cluster configuration, and then command new is going to be next cluster configuration. Anything else in that command? Nope. So then we make the log entry. Can I do a standard move here? I think I can. Yeah. As much as possible, I want to avoid copies. It's kind of a good habit to get into in modern C++, is if you can move objects, you should, because then you're not constructing copies. You're telling the compiler what you intend. I don't want to just make a copy of the command. I want to move it in there, and I want to move the entry into that function. What else? We need the term, right? So the term is our current server configuration current term. Or where did I put that? Persistent state, I think I put it. Current term. Yes, there we go. And, oh, can I not do that? Non-static must be relative to a specific object. Oh, because it takes a const reference. Well, shoot. What if I... Oh, maybe this is the wrong method. Yeah, this is the wrong method. This is the external method. I really should have an internal method that does this. And append also takes a copy, right? Okay, so I can't really use move semantics without changing the log API as well. That's okay. Yeah, so this we're gonna have in two places, so I should really refactor that out. Impl impl append log entries, there we go. And that becomes append log entries. I'll move this in a second. Has the same semantics, but it's the internal version. And then we'll have the impl removed. Because we're going to call it from two places now. Alright, so moving it to the impl. Where should I put it? The queue wants to go together, right? Here's the send, start, attempt, queue. Oh, wait a minute. These queues should be with the other queues. I have some order issues to refactor. Let me make a note. Make a note so I don't forget. Okay, so fix server impl method out of order. Or listed out of order. I'm trying to have like a vague sense of order among these different methods here. Mm. I think these the ones that start with on are like reacting methods. They're reacting to some event. Okay, and then there's the worker stuff. So let's put it right above the on methods. Okay, right here. Oh, I already had it. Okay, cool. Already bracketed for me. It's going to have a similar comment to the external version of it. In fact, maybe it's the same comment. Add the given entries to the server log, send out append entries, messages. Yeah, okay. So it's just the internal version of it. Cool. So it's server impl append log entries. And we can't, well, we can move it into that. Well, that avoids one copy. We'll still have to, it's getting a reference to a temporary. That's okay. That's as much moving as we can do. It'll internally do a copy, which I can't avoid without changing other stuff. So I need to define this. So this is where I'm going to draw, for right now, draw my line in the sand for now. Where should this go? Let's put it at the top. Like, these are methods that are just retrieving information. Actually, then this should also be const. Basic information retrieval. Return an indication of whether or not all new servers have caught up. With the rest of the cluster. And then this is returned, right? Just so that the documentation generator will put this text in the right place in both places. Okay, so line in the sand, as I think I will just loop through all the new servers, count the number of ones that, well, return early false if any of them are not at our line. So we need to have a line. We'll be looping. So we'll be looping specifically through the joint configuration set, right? Does this, it's the assumption that it's, yeah, it's still pending. Okay. So, yeah, for auto instance ID in the next shared next configuration instance IDs. We skip it if it's in the old one. We don't need to count it, right? So if shared cluster configuration instance find that is not equal to the end of this. That's, again, I say this every stream, but I really don't like that there is no method called has or a Boolean overload of find that just tells me if it's in there or not. Find just returns an iterator, and you have to compare the iterator with the end iterator to tell if it was in the set at all. I think it's kind of clumsy. Anyway, we continue if the server is also in the old configuration, so it's not a new server. If it is a new server, then we'll check. We need to get its reference, right? So instance is shared. Is it known? Instances. Yeah, instances. If instance dot. Okay, what did it not like about that? Oh, not a colon. If match index is less than the line in the sand, so I need to make a new variable for this. So how about we'll just call it catch up index. Then we return false. If we get through all of them and we haven't found any that haven't caught up, then they have caught up. So that doesn't exist. So let's make that another thing here. Size t catch-up index is 0 for first. Okay. If the server is waiting for all new servers to have caught up with the rest of the cluster, this is the minimum match index required to consider a server to have caught up. Okay, so we just need to set that properly, and we'll make the decision right when the configuration change is requested, right? Sounds good to me. It will be, let's make it our current commit index. Sounds good to me. Shared commit index. So they have to replicate at least up to the current known commit index before for us to continue. This should work, right? 9 times out of 10, I always mess up. Yep, I messed up. Of course I messed up. I always mess up the first time. All right, so let's see what it is. Whoa, I didn't mean to move that window. Move it back. There we go. All right. And you might wonder why I'm not just maximizing the window. Because I'm on a wide screen, or ultra wide screen. If I maximized it, you actually can't see about roughly a quarter of the screen. I wish there was a way in Windows I can say, I want to maximize up to 1920 pixels wide and no further. That would be a cool feature. All right, so... Right, the debugger. Put that in there, and then run. Here's our crash. New is crashing. Why would new crash? More stack frames, please. Huh. Oh. Yeah, serialization is an empty string. Why would this crash, actually? Eh. What's the error here? I don't get it. What's the exception? It's trying to allocate 32 bytes. Shouldn't that be no problem? This is baffling. I don't understand why this is crashing. Let me hit continue. What happens? Critical error. What does that mean? Critical error C000374. It's like memories can't be allocated anymore for some reason. Could the this pointer is wrong? Is that why? How about we stop and we rerun it again? Yeah, it's like okay, let's put a breakpoint there and we'll repeat the test. Oh. Is it actually running out of memory because it's repeating this too many times? Oh, probably, yeah. I probably blew the heap because it's gonna just do this in a loop, right? Yeah. That's probably what it did. I'm surprised it happened so quickly though. Oh, it's recursively calling itself because I'm dumb. Yes. Append log entries ends up calling on set cluster configuration, I guess. Yeah, I'm just being stupid. Let me think about this. So a change shouldn't really call apply, should it? It should just be calling. Oh, hold on. Change applies it. Apply sets. There's something you do whenever it's applied. Right, so we're appending a new one. Oh, it's interpreting it. It's reapplying it again. We shouldn't do that, right? Because it's already been applied. I got to think about how to prevent this recursion. Oh, I think I know what it is. This last index, right, is not being advanced correctly. Yeah, okay. When we go through it, yeah. Well, hold on, wait a second. No. Appending it applies it, so we can just append it only. We don't have to apply it. Oh, wait, no. It's depending on if we're a leader or a follower. No, I'm wrong again. I think... I'm missing something here. Oh, I know what it is. It's no longer pending once we have applied it, right? So we need to clear this flag, otherwise it's going to cause recursion. Exactly. So we clear it. No more recursion, hopefully. There we go. Interesting. So it would recurse until it would blow the stack, basically. Okay, so message log in. Yeah. Well, hold on, wait a minute. It's actually false, really? Maybe I'm not having it wait enough time. 2991. Oh, This should have caused a line to be appended. Then it should have sent it out because everything would have matched it. Let me see what's going on here. So we'll put a breakpoint there and we'll tell it to go. Don't need the call stack anymore. Let's just look at message sent. Append entries. It has one thing in the log. So what was the error? Oh, wait a minute. I have an expect empty? Oh, right, because they already are caught up. Yeah, okay, this is an old test that's now broken. I was just getting confused. Okay, so it will send it out because it thinks that the new server 12 is caught up already. If we just wanted to start the configuration process, we don't really care if it caught up or not. So yeah, I can remove that, right? If I just remove that, then that test should pass again. The apply when servers are caught up is still failing though. Okay, it's not sending it on 3082. Yeah, here it should have sent it. Let's see what's going on. That's this test now. Go to that. All right, append. Okay, message sent. It is empty. Why would it be empty? Shouldn't it have sent something? Because we would have said, hey, yeah, we matched it. Let's see what happens in response to this received message. Oh, wait, I know why. I only checked for the catch-up when we first set it. I meant to check it in all the other places too, I just forgot. So this, when it's set, we have the check. Actually, this should be refactored. We ought to make that, we need to make this another function. So it's start config change if new servers have caught up. And then we'll just make this all into that. Yeah, we can edit here, why not? All right. Append a joint configuration, if I could spell correctly today, command to the log in order to... Hey there, Captain Stupid. You know, I really like that name. How are you doing today, Captain? Append a joint configuration command to log in order to start the configuration change process. We'll put this in if all new servers are caught up now, append, there we go. So we're going to call this not only when we apply the configuration ourselves, but every time we get back an acknowledgement. So on receive, append entries results. Then we'll do the recheck, right? And this would be the right place to do it. There we go. I'm doing fine. I am working on configuration change process in Raft. So this is what it looks like in the white paper. We have, let's say we have 3 servers up to this point, and then we're like, oh, we want to change to 5 servers. The process is we can't just jump to 5 servers in one shot because of reasons. We have to first form a set where we have the 3 previous ones and then all 5 of the new ones. There could be overlap. And we have to go to that configuration first and then jump to the final. And there's even a step before this, a third step where before we even bring the new servers in to the configuration, we bring them up online and have them catch up to the cluster. So that's what I'm kind of working on at the moment. But I'm trying for today, I'm trying to get all 3 steps done. So that'll let me add and remove servers without stopping the cluster, which would be really cool. Right now I have to stop the cluster in order to change the config. Well, I should have that in another command window, why not? So right now, like, this is running 3 servers in the cluster. I have no way of like adding or removing servers, which is what I want to do next. Let's say I wanted to add 2 more. I would post a message saying change to 5 servers, and then it would run through this procedure to safely update them. Right now I have to kill it, change the config file, and then run it again to get them up to 5. It is black magic, yeah. Black magic indeed. With lots of code. Okay, so I did that. I built it, and now I'm gonna run the test again. Hey, look, it's passing now. Down to 4 failed tests. Awesome, so we have the process started, and the join configuration applied. Next step would be, okay, we should check that it doesn't apply it if they have not yet caught up. So that's sort of like the reciprocal of the test I just did. Man, this is a long test. I'll need to refactor that later. The reciprocal test will be less work, though, because all we need to do is remove some code here. So here's where the servers catch up. We can just skip that part, and then they will not have caught up, right? Oh, no, these are the old servers. Old servers we want caught up. It's these new servers we don't want caught up. So that is this part, I think. Yes. Right, so we should see that it'll send out a heartbeat, but it will not have applied the joint configuration next. So this turns into, instead of expecting the size to be 1, we should expect it to be empty. Right? Actually, this might be different. It might try to send index 1 to the new servers again. Actually, no, the new servers haven't replied yet. So it won't try to send it. Yeah, okay, there we go. So do we need this stuff? I guess, yeah, we want it to try to update it, but it will not have updated it yet. Well, actually, when I think about it, this is already tested elsewhere, so I don't need to be, it's redundant, right? Yeah, then I can clean up a bunch of this stuff, so. Well, hold on. No, it's not entirely redundant. I'll keep it. This test should pass now. Cool. So it was just failing because I had a placeholder there before. So we're down to, that means we're done with the first step. Now we're down to switching to the new configuration once the joint one has been committed. So that's the next step. All right, so let me copy from the previous step. Server stuff for my game, yep. So the game's gonna run multiple servers for fault tolerance. Each server will have the same copy of the state. And in order to make sure they all have the same state, we have to use this algorithm for server cluster consensus. Very fancy name. And it's specifically it's the raft implementation by this smart person, Diego Ongaro. And this is his PhD teacher who sponsored him. So they have a really nice condensed summary of the algorithm here, and I implemented pretty much all of this is the basic algorithm. They call it the excluding membership changes, which is what I'm doing today. Membership changes, they have a special chapter for that. And that's chapter 6, and that's what I'm doing today. Cluster membership changes. That's why I was showing this diagram before. It's the one picture I can show from chapter 6. The rest of it's just a wall of text, literally. Alright, so let's try to simplify this. We can actually have it start with a joint configuration already in the log. So we'll just take this log entry we had and we'll just give it a command. I'll steal from another test that did this already. Here we go. There we go. In fact, we'll put it in the log immediately. Oh, hold on. Do this correctly. Something like to learn? Cool. One step at a time. Everything's one step at a time. It's taken me a couple weeks now to build this up one little piece at a time. And as I'm going, I'm rereading the algorithm to like make sure I really understand what I'm doing. And I expect that I'll mess up here and there, and I'll just learn from the mistakes. So, okay, command. So this, we want to do this for entry. So that moves there. Remove that. There we go. And we don't append it now. It just starts it starts with that log. So we don't become leader until after that. And then we have everyone acknowledge it. So we tell everything matches. So it's not just this. It's the joint. All servers acknowledge it. So we're caught up. They have all acknowledged it, so it's committed. So we should expect the new configuration to be applied. Don't know much about networking at all, so a ways to go. Well, networking is slightly different than this. You know what I like to do is if there's like two things that I don't know, I try to break it up into focus on one first, then focus on the second. So, yeah. Like for example, the way I broke up my server design is all the networking stuff is handled by this component here, the web server, and then the web gate kind of aggregates them. But everything below here doesn't really know how networking works. They just operate on an abstract interface of, I have a function I can call to send a message to someone, and I have another callback function I can receive if I receive a message. And then how actual networking works is kind of partitioned away into a very small subset of the components. So it lets me focus, like if I'm working on raft, I can test it even without a network. I fake everything. And like later when I do the journal, I won't even use the real raft algorithm. It'll just, or any kind of networking. So that way, breaking the problem up into smaller problems, you can actually get a lot of things done and learn a lot without having to know everything. We only really learn the best when we make mistakes, right? If you do something and you succeed, it's really just confirming that you already knew what you were doing, or you were lucky. You only really learn when you at least realize that you don't know, or if you think you know, you try to do it and you fail. Why do I need 3 HTTP servers? It kind of harkens back to this level of diagram. So I want private ports that are privileged. So like the orchestrator server doesn't need to authenticate. And so I don't need to run transport layer security at all. This is all inside the infrastructure, not accessible outside, like a private network. So I need one port bound, one web server for that, which doesn't use TLS. And then I need the public-facing ports for clients to connect. And then the third one, this might go away, but my idea was that I have a third one just for the leader, and it would bind a well-known port. So like, for example, if it was HTTP, just normal web server, it would be port 80. For my game, there might be just a hard-coded port number the client tries first. And because it's a well-known port, if these are all on the same machine, only one of the servers can bind it. So that's what the third one was for. I might get rid of it. If each server is on a separate machine, like a separate VM, this public port can also be the public well-known port. And so I'd then only need 2. But yeah, definitely the public one needs transport layer security for HTTPS, and the private one does not, because it's all in a trusted zone. That's a bit of the about a bit of the DevOps architecture backend stuff. Yeah. Let me see if I got this right. I see a bit of redundancy though. Old, new, joint. Okay, yeah, so I don't need to copy this again. It's just this. And this. So basically we're swapping out 11 for 12. We become the leader with the joint one already in the log, so the leader should jump forward to saying, okay, make sure everyone has that entry. Every server responds saying, yes, we have that. So we actually that should be the act. The act is this. This is what the trigger is. That's the act, and then the assertion, the side effect is that we should get the new configuration. So remove all this stuff. I guess we'll, yeah, clear old messages, advance the clock a bit to ensure that the server will send it. And then here's where we say it's been transitioned to the new, so we're no longer joint config. We'll expect it only to be sent out to the new ones. So that is new configuration instance IDs only. Okay. We expect the previous to be 1, and the new one's 2, so it should be in there. Should we I should probably check to make sure it's what I expect, right? It is raft, no, hold on. Log entry. No, hold on. It's a string, right? Single configuration. If we ask the message sent message dot log 0 command get type. Actually, let me break this up a bit. So first we should expect that there is a command. Expect alls that equals null. And then we'll get a reference to it. So const auto command equals that. And then we will shorten this one. We expect it's a single configuration, and then we can do a downcast once we know the type. It's sort of my version of our runtime type information, RTTI, is that I can do a static pointer cast once I know what it is. So I can say it's not just like any command, it's a single configuration command. That's a really long line, isn't it? It is what it is. Right, so now we can expect equal the expected is the new configuration instance IDs, right? We expect that for the configuration in here. Actually, can I do an equals of a structure? Only if I have an equals operator, so I don't. So I'll just have to do it this way. Configuration dot instance IDs. Oh, and I also had in there, I cached the old, didn't I? So let's check that too. The algorithm didn't need it, but not explicitly, but that was the best way to to handle rollback. So if we had to roll back, the old configuration is this guy, right? What are we actually doing with that? Just making copies, right? So it's still safe to use it down here. Nothing should have modified it. And I suppose I can... No, I can't make that const. Never mind. But yeah, the old should match that, right? Cool. Test case is ready. We'll watch it fail. Then code it up. Ooh, it failed spectacularly. It crashed. Oh, probably because I had an expect and not an assert, right? My bad. When you are gonna... Where is it? When you're going to dereference a pointer that it might be null, it's good to stop the test if it is null. Otherwise, the test runner crashes. So now it should fail. Oh, no, I missed something else. 2188. Oh, yeah, again, if it's not one, that should be an assert. Because if it's not one, then that dereference is also going out of bounds. There we go. So it's failing because it expected one log entry and there was none. Basically, it's not appending the new configuration at all. Because we haven't coded it yet. So now I'm getting it to where the test is probably correct because it's failing the way I expected it to fail. That since I haven't coded the transition from step 1 to 2, that it won't do it. So now the code would be every time we advance the commit index, we should check to see if it was a joint configuration command that we that got committed. Then we switch to the new configuration. So that's whenever the commit index changes, set commit index, right? Oh, really? Do I not have an internal method for that? Let me look. I do. Advanced commit index. Oh, and this needs to handle going backwards too, I think. Yeah, this could actually go backwards. I wonder if I have that. I really don't have that handled correctly, do I? I don't. I need to add. I'm not going to do it now. I don't want to forget about it though, so let me put it in my notes. Did I have that from yesterday? I think I might have had that from yesterday. Yes. So I had it in the follow-up for yesterday. Let's make it a note for today. And I just don't need to review it. I need to add. Definitely add test cases to ensure the code doesn't misbehave and commit index for new, right. So there's a possibility that if the leader crashes, when not all followers have the committed index, it's possible for a new leader to come in and say, well, I don't know if it's committed yet, so my commit index is behind a little bit. And the followers are supposed to say, like, yeah, your commit index isn't up to date with ours, so we do nothing. But here my code is actually assuming it's always going forward. And it will, I think what it'll do is it'll just never go into that loop. It actually might do it'll do the right thing and not go into this for loop, but it still tells the log to commit, which might be bad. Really, we shouldn't even do that if we're going backwards. We definitely shouldn't do that. That would be bad. So we're going, yeah. That's a bug. I want to fix it later though. For today's work, when we're advancing through, okay, well, we already have a check when we revert to follower. Now we need to check for if it's a joint configuration. We need to trigger the move to the new configuration if we are the leader. So if this is true, if that's true, then yes, we will. This one. We'll do exactly this. Well, not exactly this. Something like that. A different command. So instead of a joint, it's a single. Single. And then we still need the old. It's not new anymore, it's just configuration. And we do that. That should work. Now that we'll change our own config, right? Because set last index, which goes through and it applies the, yeah, okay, so it should work. Let's see if I did it right. No, I didn't do it right. It's still not sending it. It's not, I mean, it's sending it, but it didn't include a command. Command's null. Did I screw that up? I do have the command, so what's going on? $31.89. Let's set a breakpoint there. And we're going to run that test exactly. This test, so that goes into the filter for what we run. Run. Okay, so what's the message that was sent? There's an entry in it. And has no command. That's bad. What's the previous one? Yeah, okay, this is bad. The command didn't get put in. Oops. So let's see what happened here. This should have put it in right here. Start over. Okay, there's the command. Okay, what happened here? Step into that guy. Q to be sent. Still the command's in there, right? Yeah, all right. Okay, sending. Oh, I should have seen what the instance IDs were. Anyway. Not awaiting a response. It's our own thing, so we skip it. Q message to be sent to 5. Oh, wait a minute. Did I forget to clear out the old messages? I would see that here and here. Yeah, so I can verify that here. If I look at messages sent, yeah, so there are 3 of them, I think. Messages sent, where is it? This server tests messages, yeah, so wait a minute, no, there's 5. The last one having it. Command is empty. I did clear the message. So what happened to the command? Is it that the deserialization is not working? Because it gets serialized and then deserialized on the other end. That could be it. Where would I see that? Oh, wait a minute. It might just be my mock is not up to date. Let me check this. So this message is sent. Where is it first set up? What's this? No, it's up here. How come it's... Oh, messages. I'm searching the wrong thing. Wait a second. Message sent is what? Message info. Oh. Yeah, it's not going to have this log in it, is it? Oh, no. This should deserialize it. So there's something going wrong here. Where's that breakpoint again? Something's wrong on the deserialize. So let's remove that. Put it here. Tell it to go, and then I'll put another breakpoint in the when it's received and deserialized, so we can look at the message, raw message. Here we go. So put it there, or there, really. Tell it to go. Okay, what does the message look like? Gonna be hard to look at. Leader commit 1 log term 5. Oh, look at that. It didn't get serialized correctly. It just says term 5. So the serialization didn't work. So that's not a problem with there. It's a problem back in here. I did move it. Wonder if it has to do with what I did there. Yeah, let's see this again. Okay, so they're setting the log. Here. Message serialized. So let's step into that. Oh, yeah, I'm not serializing the command. Big oops. All right, let's fix that. That means I need to have a test for that. That was message tests. Or included in one of these anyway. Maybe this append entries with content, yes. Right, so let's actually put something in there. I will keep one null and then one not null. How about that? So let's pull from this. Where is it? Not there. No, I hold on. It would be make shared. There's no make shared here. Wrong test. There we go. Make shared. There we go. I want one of these. Okay. Lost my place. Here we go. Here. Make a command, and that means, do I have log entry? I don't. So let's get log entry. All right. You can just put some random IDs in there, and then we need to attach it. So message Actually, that's with the second entry. Sorry. Second entry dot command is standard move command. Cool. So we should expect it to come out here, right? Single configuration. Or no, it was command, right? Should end up being a JSON object with a type of that. And then whatever I had in log entry tests. This thingy. It's got to have a term. And actually, why am I repeating the term? Why am I repeating the term? I think that's a code smell. I don't think the term should be repeated. Oh, wait. No, it's not a code smell. It's just I did this wrong. Right. This needs to be outdented. I just did it wrong. There we go. And that term is redundant. It's just we have a type now and a command. And we need to make sure the numbers match. Oh, I didn't set up the old. Let's go from 11 to 12 like the other example. So, copy these down to here. Like that. And let's build that. It should fail, and then I'll fix it. So here the filter is we want to run all the message tests. There we go. So it's not in there. We expect it to be in there and it's not. I don't know why this doesn't pretty print. It should. I should get it pretty printing just like this. For some reason it doesn't want to do it though. I don't know. Anyway, let's fix it. So that would be in message. And it's here, right? So if it has a type. So if there's a command, because we're allowing it to be null. Null means a no-op command, which is specified in the white paper. No-op. So they have a condition where you might have each leader commit a blank no-op entry. So I decided to make no-op entry is an entry where command is null. So only if the command is not null, we will include a type and a command. So the type is the command's type. Get type, and then the command is ask the command to encode itself. JSON value, yes, exactly right. And that should fix that, although I didn't do the deserialize, so I need to handle that too. Oh, I didn't fix it. What's wrong? Okay, it has type but no command? No, here it is. It doesn't even have the type. Okay, I didn't do it right. What did I do wrong? Single configuration command. It got set there. Then we moved it. Append entries, right? Yeah. Build it? I did build it. Oh, wait a minute. I did the wrong thing. It's entry. That would explain it. I probably could have seen it if I looked here closely. Yes, he got added in the wrong place. No. Actually didn't. I don't see it at all. Oh, probably because why? Probably because it's ignoring these because it's an array, not an object. I bet that's why. Okay, there we go. I need to take a short bio break, and I'll be back to do the deserialize, and then we'll resume work. So I'll be right back in a minute or two, guys. Be right back. I'm back. All right, deserialize. I'm pretty sure it's broken too. So let's test it by doing the same thing, but backwards. So we put it into here. So here, let's expect null, or really expect true, that the first messages command is null, and then we'll have to have an assert false, that the second log messages command is null. Then we can first do the check. Actually, let's do an assert, because it has to be equal to single configuration, or else the static cast will not be good. So that is message log1 command asking it for the type, get type. And then we can do the static cast, which is, where did I have, I did that. Here we go. Do it there. And it's this guy. And then we can expect equal, right? This array. So standard set of integers with that array in it for single configuration command arrow. old configuration.instance IDs, and then expect the new set for the new configuration. That's 12, right? So both serialize and deserialize need to work. And didn't work because we haven't implemented it yet. I totally forgot. So that's similar to this. It's the other way around, right? So here, if the serialized log entries I has a type, then we're going to build one. Did I have... I'm trying to remember. Did I have a deserialize for log entry? I think I might have. Yeah, why am I not just using this? That makes this a lot easier, right? It just, this equals this. Makes it a lot easier, actually. Actually, I could do the same thing for serialize, can't I? Yeah, why am I not doing that? I don't know. I'm just being dumb, I guess. So, actually, can't I just put that directly in place here? No, it doesn't like that. Why not? Oh, it doesn't know that it should be that the JSON value should be a string. No, it's not a string. It should be, what? Hold on. It's a JSON value. Oh, wait, is this serialization expect a whole string? Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay, this is, I need an, okay. To do this right, I need to have a constructor that takes an a JSON value already. So, just add it, or should I put it into the, I should put it into the test first. Okay, so we'll do that. We want to do that, and the same thing we want to do it on the serialization as well, right? Yeah, we want to just say serialized log dot add, and then we just want to say log entry. We want to be able to say that, because that logic I think is already in log entry. Okay, except for this is bad. This doesn't handle null commands. We'll have to fix that. We'll have to do kind of this thing. But yeah, we should be able to do that. It's just that I need to be able to construct one from a JSON. So log entry. Oh no, I need the tests. Where's the tests? Okay, so this is, let's break this up. Serialize, well no, hold on. I can just make another test, which is JSON oriented. And it doesn't, it sort of doesn't matter. We don't have to do it for every kind of command. So it's just an abstracted serialize command to JSON, or convert command. Serialize to JSON. And then deserialize from JSON. So the two, it doesn't really matter what type of command, it's just that I have some command. Well, let's have two versions. Serialize to JSON with command and with command. And then we should have one without a command. I'll do that in a second. So with the command, we don't need to do the from encoding. We can just say entry. We don't even need this to serialize. It's really not even serialization, right? To JSON with command, from JSON with command. And then from JSON with command is, we start with JSON. It's not a serialized entry, it's just entry as JSON. And then entry is we just make one, like that. Actually, we can, I can just do this. Yeah. And then let's make the ones without commands. Without command. So no command. It's much simpler. And so we expect it to have no type or command. Without. So the without has just the term in it. And we expect true. Entry dot command is null pointer. Actually, I should have an assert in the other place, shouldn't I? Right here. Assert false. All right. Sounds good. So that won't build, right? Because we don't have a... Oh, wait a minute, let me check. Yeah, there's no conversion, so let's add the conversions. So, log entry has a construct from string. Let's make a construct from JSON. Actually, if it's a string, the JSON will construct it. Oh, it'll construct it incorrectly, actually. So really, I need to have 3 versions of this, don't I? Or I need to make this explicit. Really, that's the best. That's the better. So explicit, I don't really use it too much, but it makes sure that it doesn't allow implicit casting. So in other words, if you like, since JSON has an implicit cast from string, this won't take a string. It requires it to be a JSON explicitly. I think that's right. Actually, I think I got that wrong. No, it's not enough to do that, is it? Well, okay, I don't need it. I don't need explicit. If it is a string, it'll go directly into that constructor. If it's anything else, it might try to cast it to a JSON and then construct a log entry. That's, I guess I got a little... The explicit you use if you don't want to, like, if I made this explicit, then what I did in the test where right here is not allowed, because this is an implicit... Well, no, this is allowed, but something that like that would not be allowed, because I don't have an equals operator, and the implicit cast to construct one from a JSON is not allowed because it's explicit. So I don't need it explicit. I just need to have both constructors, so that if it is a string, it's not decoded as JSON first and then put into a log entry, because that would be bad. Okay, so that's deserialization. So the serialization, do we even need to call it serialize? What if I just made it an operator? And wouldn't that be clearer? So it would be operator. I forget how I did this. There's like weird syntax for this, right? Oh, it's not that weird. It just looks like that. Okay, so it's the same thing, only JSON. Operator JSON value. This returns a JSON value, which can be used to construct a new log entry. The sex content is this entry. A JSON value. So now it's just convertible, and by convention, converting it to string is called serialization. And this is not really serialization, it's really conversion, because it's not, JSON value is not explicitly serial, it's data structure. You can serialize a JSON value though, which is what in fact this will do. I'm not really changing much code, I'm just giving a couple different convenience. This is really just a convenience method. Alright, so here's the alternate constructor. There. And we're just going to move all of this into there. Or, well, really, I can't do that. I need to have like a helper function for this. Helper function. Anonymous namespace time. So right, initialize the given log entry using the values from the given JSON value. JSON object. It's expected to be an object. All right. Parameter out is the log entry. This is the entry to initialize from the JSON value object. And this is the JSON. The JSON object used to initialize the log entry. Okay, so it will be void, and it is initialize, and it takes a raft log entry reference and a const JSON value reference. And it will do the bulk of this now. So I move that into here, and I need to just prefix this with log entry dot everywhere. There we go. And this becomes raft : and we should be done with that. Okay, and now initialize, we call it from two places. Initialize JSON here as well. It's actually this. Initialize this from the JSON, right? Actually, didn't they add something in C++ 11 where you can chain constructors, or is that, am I thinking of C++ 17? That might be something in C++ 17. Let me look it up. I'm curious, because then I don't have to have an initialize helper. I could just chain the constructors like you can do in C#, right? So C++ chain constructors. When did they add that? Not supported in C++. It was added though, I thought. Oh, this is a horribly formatted article. C++ delegate constructor? Okay, thanks Vader, hon. Since C++11. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, maybe I didn't need that helper. Let me see if I can do it. This will be something I haven't done before. This is why I haven't really started moving to C++17 yet, because I still haven't learned all the new things from C++11. I was on C++98 for like 15 plus years. And so it's hard to shift from something you use for so long. And so I'm still learning. Let me try to do it. Right, so it would be instead of the initialize. We can keep initialize around for a little bit. What I really want to do is have this one delegate to this one. So just put this back to where it was and remove the long entries. And I can remove these as well. And then I can look at that new syntax. Okay, so I can just do this then, apparently. And without any extra stuff, I can just call this with this. Does that work? Oh, okay. Good to go, I think. And we don't need... Oh, serialize got renamed, right? So that is operator. So that's... I forget exactly the syntax again. Look at what I already did. It's here. Operator. Okay, yeah. So it's this. That goes in front now. Operator. String. Cool. And then we have an operator JSON. So we can just return JSON, and then here I can I call the other one? I can say it is this. I can't say auto though. Actually, can't I just say this to encoding? No, it doesn't know to convert it to JSON first. Are you sure you want those implicit conversion operators? I think they're okay, because if it really is a string, it'll do the correct well, the serialization should work fine. You mean the implicit constructors? As long as I have this explicit string one, if it is a string, it'll correctly decode it from JSON first, instead of making it a single string JSON value. That's why I have that. If I didn't have that and I give it a string, it would do the wrong thing. I think this is safe, but maybe you're right. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see shortly. All right. Yeah, I changed a bunch of stuff, right? What did it not like about this? Oh, I misspelled it. That would be a problem. Or yeah, I removed serialize, so that got changed. It's now just entry. Let's see if I got this right. No, I can just say entry, can't I? Oh, no, I think I actually wanted this to go through the serialization. So it is, it's that. So this will use the string serialize, and then I'm using JSON from encoding again just to make it easier to parse. And then, yeah, here. Using those implicit casts, which may or may not be a good idea, right? Let's see it. Let's see if it worked. With content is broken. What happened there? Oh, right. I forgot to put in the check. That was here, right? There's supposed to be a check here. Yep. A little bit past 3 hours. So we need to have a check here. If command is null, actually, if it's not null, then we do these extra things. Actually, that we always do the term. There we go. Let's try that. Good. I think we're okay with the implicit guess. But if I'm proven wrong, later, Vaderhun has the right to say he told me so. Okay, so that's running. Let's go back to server configuration. That we are crashing in. Interesting. It might be a test thing. 3184. Let's go look at that. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know. Let's run this again. I thought I fixed the serialization, but maybe I didn't. And configuration. I guess this is already in there, right? Is that the same string? Yeah, okay, fine. So running that. Right, I wanted to check this. The message. Okay, that message didn't have anything in it. Let's just skip ahead. Okay, yeah, these messages should have something in them, right? Right, so there's a command pointer in there, and then when we serialize it, now when we look at our queue, messages to be sent. Okay, it's showing it in a small font, but I can see the command is in there. Command, configuration, old and new instances, term 5. Yeah, so it looks good to me. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I getting this? I get, okay, that's the runtime. If I hit debug, I retry, I can see it. Yes. Okay. Oh, is this a null? Wait a minute. We haven't. Oh, expect false, not an assert false. Yeah, that should be an assert. There we go. I just don't like the test framework hitting debug assertions or crashing like that. Yeah, I'd rather see that. Okay, so it is not a ping appended. Why not? Oh, is it sending it to the wrong instance? That would be why, right? So let's go and see that. I don't need that one anymore. Sending it to 5. 5 is in our set. How come? Yeah. Oh, is it, hold on. Let's look at messages sent. Maybe it is sending it to the wrong servers. Not message sent. I keep screwing that up. Messages sent. Okay, so who's it sending to? 5, 6, 7, 11, and 12. Okay, that's wrong. It's sending it to 11. It shouldn't be sending it to 11, should it? It should have moved. What is the command correct at least? Append entries. Previous is 1, so this is index 2. And the entry, there's the command. Okay, so the deserialization works at least. And the configuration is 267. Yeah, so it shouldn't send it. It shouldn't be sending it to 11. So I guess did I not implement the apply correctly yet? That could be. I've kind of lose track of what I've done and what I haven't done. Let's look. So that would be when when we're advancing the commit index, right? Advance commit index. It's a joint configuration. We're applying the log entries, yes. And we set our last index first. If it's a joint, we apply, this is if we're going backwards. We're not going backwards, we're going forwards. Applying a single applies a single configuration. It resets the joint configuration. So yeah, what's going on here? Let me put a breakpoint here and see what's going on. So let's go again. So there's the entry. We're switching to the next configuration, 2, 5, 6, 7, 12. It looks good. So append. We're going to set our last index. So that should be 2, right? Because entries has 1 entry in it. So last index from 2 to 2, so it should go in through once. It's looking at index 2, which is the single configuration command, right? Okay. We apply it. Joint configuration did have all 6 servers. Now we're clearing it. And we go into the onset. Wait a minute. So it's set it, right? Did I miss that part? Oh yeah, it's set it. So our config now is 2, 5, 6, 7, 12. Yeah, so let me see. What's going on that it's sending to the new? I don't remember if it's going to send it right away. Oh, it is. Right, so leave this function, and then queue entries to be sent. Yeah, the question is, who does it queue it to? Okay, the key is in this get instances. So, yeah, it should send it to our current configuration. Yeah, so why is it sending it to 11? Or maybe I missed something. Maybe it was, and I just wasn't looking at this correctly. Maybe I wasn't looking at it correctly. Let's just go to here. Messages sent. Let's look at that again. Maybe I didn't look at it right. Yeah, why is it setting it to 11? That's weird. I can actually peek and see, right, what its the server's current configuration is. Yeah, so it shouldn't have sent it to 11. Why did it? Missing something. Probably something very simple, and I'll kick myself for not seeing what it is. It just sent. Why did it send it to 11? It doesn't send to itself, so it should send to 5, 6, 7, 12. It should not have sent to 11. Retry. Let me, so I don't have to keep looking at that. Let me look at it in a watch. So that is messages sent. 11, okay. So I'm just going to set a breakpoint on when we queue a message to be sent now. And I'll just look and see what the numbers are. Oh, that's interesting. We haven't yet actually queued the ones I thought we would when this was advanced. When does it get queued then? Let me retry. Call stack. Okay, yeah, there's an election process, so we really don't care until we get to, well, do we? Yeah, we don't care until we get to there, right? Okay, there we go. And now, advancing the commit index. For a single configuration command, right? And so, who is it sending it to? I don't really know yet. But okay, it's sending it to 5, 6, 7, 7 again. 11. Okay, now, yeah, it shouldn't have done this. Oh, wait. Oh, it's responding to something. Oh, you know what? I think I think I know what I did wrong here. It's sending the new entry as soon as it got committed. And then I cleared it. And it's sending it to the old set for some reason. Hold on a sec. I think I actually know the bug. It's getting a message from instance 11 saying it got the first index, right? So where would we see that? Up here. So message details. It said, it basically 11 says, yeah, I heard from, I successfully appended index 1. And then it's blindly going through and saying, okay, then let's give you 2 now, because we have that available already at that point, because we're moving on to single configuration. But it shouldn't send it to it if it's not in the cluster anymore. This is actually a good catch. It would have sent it even though it shouldn't have. I can verify that by looking at the configuration set. It will not have 11 in the set. So even though it got a message back from 11 saying, yeah, I replicated it, it's not in the set anymore, so we shouldn't be sending it the next one. We should not attempt log replication to something that's not in our set anymore. That's probably just a simple check we can have here. We can see if it's in our set. If not, we don't do it. Where does this get called from, though? If we receive results back, fine. Okay, yeah. Either way, like if it's not in our set anymore, it doesn't matter if they succeeded or failed, right? Okay, it's only called from those 2 places. Okay, cool. So we can just put a check in here. If shared cluster configuration instance IDs find that instance ID, is equal to, again, this dot end and return. We ain't gonna give him any more log because he shouldn't be in our configuration anymore. Do it got a little further. Okay. It didn't receive 2 though. I mean, instance 2 didn't receive it. 3204. If I read that correctly. Yeah, and okay, let's run that again. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Well, I can keep it. Just go again. Messages sent. Didn't I have that in the watch? I did. Sent to 560. Actually, why didn't it send it? Oh, 2 is our self. Why am I looking at our self? Oh, yeah, I'm just looking at the wrong. I'm just dumb. Yeah, I should have just done this. Let's make a new configuration not including self, which is this without our self in it. And then we'll use that for setting up what we expect here. Yeah, it was expecting it to send a message to itself, which is stupid. Hey, look at that. We're passing the test now. So we're one step closer. One step closer to victory. Okay, so that leader stepping down should already be happening. I can remove those breakpoints now. Delete and delete and delete. Okay. Right, so we're down to these 2. So this one should be easy. We can simply repeat this. Maybe I just merged this in. Oh. No, I will keep it separate. So we just need the server 2 to not be in the new configuration. And we don't need to, I don't need to do this stuff anymore, do I? So the new will keep it the way it was, but then remove 2. Maybe I should just mix it up and have, that doesn't matter. This doesn't really matter. So join configuration, not including self. Yes, that's still correct. So we still do that. And actually, it's very easy. We just expect equal. Actually, there's 2 things, right? It should not be the leader anymore, and it should not be a voting member. Oh, cool. Flying baloney. Did I recommend you start learning Java before C#? They're kind of the same. Maybe it was because Java was closer to what you already knew. But yeah, Java and C#, they're pretty close. Yeah, once you learn Java, you should know enough to C# should seem familiar enough. I'm glad you're loving it. That's great. Okay, so expect equal raft server election state follower. It should revert to follower server.get election state. And I guess we also want to make sure that it is not a voting member. So false server.is voting member. And I don't need to check anything else. I might have some variables I don't need anymore. I do need that. Need command. Okay, maybe I do need the rest of these things. Okay. Cool, all right. I don't quite remember when that was. As you get older, you know, your memory starts to fail. Okay, we expected it to become a follower, but it's still leader. Why is that? Oh, wait a minute. Did I do this right? Yeah, I didn't do it right. They have to match. Yeah, it's after it's committed, right? Once new configuration is committed. So we have to commit both of them. Do you have any experience in Go? Nope. It's one of those more, I would consider like esoteric languages. No, esoteric's the wrong word. Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking about something else. I was thinking of like a more academic language, but Go is a practical language, right? I just haven't had any need to learn it. Nope. I haven't heard anything bad about it. I've heard that it's a good language. I just don't know much about it. I, I, I usually just learn languages that I have a practical need for. So I know enough languages that I've covered everything I needed to know and not needed to pick up something like a new language in a while. I think the last language I picked up was Lua, and that's because I really needed something that was easy to embed in a program to do scripting. And up to that point, I've been using Python, and Python was a bit heavy because most things in Python kind of rely on the so-called standard library of Python. Yeah, but Lua, it's pretty much just three or four files you add to your build, and that's everything, including the standard library. So that's the last language I learned. Okay. Once it's committed, yes. So do we need to go through the whole process? Actually, no, we don't. We can skip it. So we can make the new entry be a single configuration command. So this will be new configuration, not including self. And it would be, actually, that's already the same thing. We don't need that. It's going to be a single configuration command. So we'll just bypass, we'll skip to the third step, basically. And that will be, the old is the current, the new is the new. It's not going to be new, it's just the configuration is the new one. We become leader with that in our log. So that should trigger, we should switch to that configuration immediately and then only require the new ones to, right, so it's the new ones have to commit it. So this will commit, we don't even need this because it's not even in the set. This will commit it, and then we will, yeah, we don't even need to advance the time, do we? It'll step down immediately. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling I already had that code in there from before, and so it's passing right away. Last new language you worked on was Rust. That's the other language I've seen people use or mention. I've seen people use Rust. I've heard people mention Go, and yeah, I haven't needed to pick that up, but I mean, it looks interesting. It just looks like a different syntax of similar languages. What's Rust closest to? Is that closest to Java or JavaScript or C++ or C Sharp? I'm sure you guys know. Sure, not Zane knows. Which language is Rust closest to? All right, so the last one is maintains membership if in new configuration once it is committed. I think this should be leadership, not yeah. I read that as membership, but it's misspelled leadership. Okay, so it's the same, only it is in this set, right? So it's this. only it is equal to leader. And it is a voting member. And we just changed it to include itself. And then I need to make sure it's not including us. So I guess the easiest would be this. If it is equal to self, continue. All right. C++ alternative. Okay, so it's in that set of languages that it's actually a growing set, right? C++ alternative set would be Rust, D, and John Blow's language. I forget what it's called. That, that'd be an interesting comparison to pit the C++ alternatives together. D, Rust, and gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. What's that language John's working on? Jai, yeah. So that'd be a cool thing to read about if someone has already done that. It would be pitting D, Rust, and Jai together side by side for a showdown of the new century. All right, so that's built. Will it pass? It already passes. You know what that means? I think we're done with the server reconfiguration. Let me make sure I didn't break anything else. I think I'm going to check this in. It might be Miller time for me. I might be done early. Actually, that just means I should probably do a little bit of refactoring. Oh, wait a minute. That reminds me. I'm trying to break the habit of using Git GUI. So I picked up a candidate, Smart GUI C. And you just say, I can't remember, is it dot? Not Smart GUI C? Smart Git C. I installed this last night and I was playing with it. I think I want open dot. I need to make shortcuts for this. But this is what I've been playing with as an alternative to Git GUI, because it's got a dark mode and it's got all the features that I need, plus a little bit more. And so here we're adding, so I need to get used to it. So the stage button, instead of clicking on this to stage it, we have to actually click stage. But it's got a kind of a nice diff viewer, and I set it up to use the same font that I'm using in VS Code. I think it's the bold version of it. Pretty close though. It's using that Fira code font. So yeah, we introduced server config, yes. Right, and then it doesn't remove from the list, it just changes itself to staged. Actually, I'm going to unstage that. I want to do the log entry fix first. It's a fix with, actually, you know what, that one thing that's interesting is it's showing the white space, but not that white space. Need to look into fixing that. Anyway, I kind of like seeing dots for white space, even though it might bug people. I kind of like it. The fix was really illustrated in these tests, right? These tests that I added. Without command. And then the real bug was in... Oh, I don't need that anymore, do I? I don't need that initialize. That was before I did the delegating constructor. I don't need this. Goodbye. Let's run the unit tests again. What about Git terminal? Actually, I don't know about Git terminal. What's Git terminal? I'm still like evaluating alternatives, so if that's a contender, I'll look at it. I tried a bunch, so I tried Git fork. I really hated it. I had a lot of issues. Then I looked at source tree. GitHub Desktop, and GitBlade, and they all had problems that I just didn't. I mean, they're just not for me. They had I had issues like with features. So far, even though this isn't a free one, it's actually I actually kind of like it. Oh, Git in the terminal? Yeah. I'm used to diff tools like this to kind of help me see what I did. I know I could do it in the terminal. It just wouldn't. I'm just not as comfortable with it. This showing the white space and only the changes and not elsewhere is throwing me off a little bit. But here's the bug, right? We didn't check for null pointer there. That's one bug, and the other one was oh, it was in message that we weren't actually we're doing the serialization ourselves and not including the command, and we should have just delegated it. So this is going to be several commits, right? Do the long entry first. So this was fixing this bug with the command. So stage that, and that. We're gonna make a commit. Okay, the one thing I don't really like, so sort of the minus point would be if I forget what I'm committing, I can't click back. It's modal, so I'd have to like hit cancel, and then I'd have to review what I have staged, which would be this. And I know it's staged because it says head versus index. It takes a little bit of getting used to. If it says head versus index, it's staged. If it says index versus working tree, then it's unstaged. Could it be the white space dots are the same color as the background? It could be. So that would be a theme issue. Could be. In which case it's a theme issue, right? Okay, so this was a log entry. Fix bug in handling null commands. So don't serialize command if it is null. And then also we incidentally turn serialize into implicit cast, which if that gets me in trouble later, again, it was Vader Hun who said, should I really do that? And he can definitely tell me he told me so if this turns out to be an error. And then I add a JSON constructor and implicit cast. That was mostly for convenience. Okay, so we're going to commit that, and then we're left with these changes. So that's message tests is exposing this bug here, that we weren't delegating serialization to log entry. So stage that with that. Right. So this is fixing serialization of log entries with commands in them. Fix serialize with commands. The one thing I kind of like about this is it starts to highlight it, and it has a little ruler there at 50 characters. The one thing I don't like is I can't change the ruler to like 80. That's good and bad. It's probably good to. It's definitely good to keep the first line of a commit message shorter. It's debatable whether or not 50 characters is a good ruler to set, and I'd like to be able to set it to wherever I want. Yeah, you don't want your commit messages, especially the first line, to be that long, because then it doesn't look as nice when you are printing logs from Git. Yeah, so it's mostly a style thing. Some people think it's kind of silly to even have limits because, hey, it's 2019. Why are we limiting the width of our text to an arbitrary number like 80 characters? Why? I'm kind of an old school coder, and I kind of like to keep things under 80 characters myself. But I understand the go either way. So properly delegate serialize, deserialize of log entry to the properly delegates it to that class. And then the other one is actually I don't remember. Let me hit cancel and look. Oh, I guess it's include an actual command in the testing. Yeah. So include messages having actual commands in them. Oh, when testing. When testing. There. There we go. So commit that. Do you follow the commit guidelines? Is that the one I was looking at yesterday? Let me look. This might have been. I suppose so. I've been following some of these, but the others I haven't been so strict with. So I've been doing number 1. I've been doing 3. I've been doing 4. I've been doing 5 and 6. I haven't really strictly followed 7. Maybe I should think about that. Really, it was 2 that I was not adhering to. I was, for the subject line, I was keeping it at in the 70s, right? 72 seems really arbitrary to me. I don't know why. I think it should be under 80, because that's been the convention for a long time for this sort of thing. This I have not, so I guess I'm adopting number 2, because that's what this tool is going to try to force me to do. But yes, I guess the answer would be mostly yes. I'm thinking of adopting it completely now. So that would mean adopt number 2, and then I need to really think about 7. What and why versus how. I guess because the how would be, you would just be repeating you'd be like repeating the code. The code is the how, right? Maybe I already am following 7. Who was it? I think it was Hideo that was like mocking me for keeping at 50 lines in Adam's Discord. Not 50 lines, 50 characters. And yeah, I understand the teasing. I see where that's coming from. Yeah, it's the comments. Yeah, it is true for the comments too. I try to keep comments to be the why and the what, not the how, as well. Yeah, exactly. Look at the diff itself. So I think I already do it. I already do agree with that. Okay, so this is all the server changes. I guess it's summed up by our tests, right? It's the whole configuration process, reconfiguration process from one end to the other. So we're going to stage the whole dang thing. I can select it all, hit stage, commit, server, add reconfiguration support. Add reconfiguration, what is it? Add reconfiguration. Yeah, exactly. I kind of augment the rules. I also include a component name with a colon if the commit is dealing with a single class or a single test, because there's other things in that repository, right? There's also log entry and there's also message, and this commit has nothing to do with those. And I would skip that if the change applies to the entire repository. If it's just a subset, though, I'll do that. They don't mention that in the rules, but it's sort of like my own addition, which makes the number of characters left for the meat of the subject even less, but that's fine. Add reconfiguration machinery. So this is several parts. It's summed up in my plan for the day, right? Add API for starting the process of changing the cluster configuration. Oh, one character over. Okay. Draconian. Wrap at one character over. All right. Second was, yeah, append joint consensus log entry to start configuration process. Well, to start to... Oh, you know what? I'm not completely done, am I? We haven't added tests for when we're in joint consensus, we need separate majorities. Ooh, I can't forget that. That's important. Yeah. I don't know if I'll get it to it today, actually. Might have to do that tomorrow. Append joint consensus log entry once new servers have caught up to the rest of the cluster. Append new configuration log entry. Actually, it's not consensus, it's joint configuration. Append new configuration entry once joint configuration has been committed. Step down as leader if no longer in the cluster configuration. And what was the fourth one? Maybe that was it. I already have 4 anyway. Also, I don't think I answered before. Have I played Zachtronics game? I did, but not any of those. What were the other Zachtronics games? I played one of them. Did you ask me before? And I missed it? How do I see that? Oh, here we go. Huh. I don't see the original question, but Magnum Opus, yes. I played Magnum Opus. I love that game. I thought about buying Shenzhen.io. Oh, I played Space Chem also. I have Space Chem and Magnum Opus. Opus Magnum. Pff. Same thing, right? I played those both. I liked them. I thought about Shenzhen.io and Infinifactory. But I have too many games. Yeah, good games. Space Chem was really hard. Opus Magnum I thought wasn't as hard. But both of those games, that genre of games is pretty cool in that there are puzzles. You really have to stop and think about how you're going to solve them. And they also have like multiple solutions, and it'll show you how your solution matches up with others in terms of speed, efficiency, cost. They're all related. Yeah, I like those games. Commit these. All right, so do I have enough time to do the joint majorities? I suppose. Well, let me take a crack at it. Yeah. I'm not using SmartGit yet to do pushes. I'm just using the command line here. Yep, approaching 4 hours. I don't know if I can do it in 6 minutes. I can go a little bit over though. So, need to come up with a use case where something happens even though we don't have a joint majority. I know. This is easy. So we can modify this apply new one once joint configuration is committed, because the joint configuration committed needs separate majorities. So we'll take this and we'll just carefully craft one where we get a majority but not a joint majority. How about that? Okay, so joint yes, that's the first entry that'll require joint consensus, right? Let me review the algorithm. It gets a little tricky. Where is it? Chapter 6. Agreement for elections and entry commitment requires separate majorities from both the old and the new configurations. So old and new to be committed. Right. They say it here. Leader creates the joint configuration and commits it, which in parentheses to clarify it, it needs a majority of old and a majority of new. Right. So that's the point where we have to make sure is correct, which I don't think it is. So we'll have to fix that. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So that's the old. That's the new. Let me make the numbers simpler to make it easier. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, and we'll put that down here in the new. Let me think about this. I think I need more, don't I? Actually, it's easier if the sets are larger. If the old set is larger, right? So this would require 3 out of 5, and this requires 2 out of 3. So let me arrange the set that will vote yes. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Let me fix this though. New, not including self. It's just 11, 12, and 13. Joint, not including self, is 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 12, 13. Okay. So let's make a new one. What was I going to do here? All right, the set that's going to vote yes and okay, the set instance IDs of instances successfully matching the log. So this is the ones that will basically vote, so to speak, for the new configuration, for the joint configuration. The others will say no because maybe they haven't caught up yet, or for some other reason, like there's a mismatching entry. Okay, I think I got this right. So I want it to appear that we have a majority when we don't. Oh, what's happening to my camera? Need to adjust my chroma key ever so slightly. There we go. Also, when I turn my chair too far, I expose part of the wall behind me. Like blue/green screen is a circle. All right, instances of ID. So we want it to appear that there's a majority of that bigger set there, including ourselves, but we really don't have majorities of both. Right, so easiest would be we don't include 12 or 13, but we include everyone else. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. So that appears to be majority of that, right? Or of... So 8. So we need 4 out of 8, right? No, 5 out of 8. And so we'll actually get 6 out of 8, but we won't have a majority of the new servers yet. So it should not commit it. It should not commit the entry. So here's the command. There's the old and the new. We become the leader with that in the log, right? Hey there, Tim. You're back, huh? I'm just finishing up the configuration process, so it's this finer point of the algorithm where you need separate majorities of the old and the new for this to happen, for it to be committed and to continue. So I'm arranging a situation where it appears we have a majority, but we actually don't have a majority of the new. We only have 1 out of 3. And, okay, so... Right, so... When this happens, it should have tried to append that log. What was the documented shot about design? Comment effectively about design scope? Let me see if I'm understanding right. Was it in here about cyclical dependencies? So that would be in my notes. Oh, the notebook page. Yeah, it would be under to do future streams. Sort of a weird place. Because this is because I wanted it to be a coding tip of the day kind of video. Is that what you're looking for? Effectively about design scope. I'm not sure that I got it right. What else could it have been? Oh, another streamer. Yeah, okay. No problem. But yeah, you know what you can do? It's in OneNote, so you should be able to search for stuff. So you would be able to search and say, well, it's nowhere in his notebook. That's one of the reasons I use the OneNote, by the way, is it's easily searchable. I just don't always remember I can do that. Okay, so right. So we're responding. So here, it's in the success here, right? If we're in this, we will say successful. If find instance number is equal to that dot end, we do one thing, otherwise we do another. Equal to end means it's not in the set. So we will say false. And let's just say we don't match that first index. We don't have it. And then it'll be forced to send it. Oh, no problem. That happens. Do you remember which streamer it was? Because if there's a streamer talking about effective design and scope, I'd like to watch as well. Try to follow other dev streamers that I can learn from. Okay, so receive. Yes, so it will... I guess we're done at this point, right? We don't have to do any of this stuff. We just assert that the new configuration will not have been applied. Do I have a way of getting the current configuration? No. But I can look at the match index. Yes, so it will not have advanced the commit index, so we will expect it to still be at 0. That's good enough. We don't need to do anything else. That, in essence, sums up what we expect to happen. It will not commit the entry if we do not get separate majorities. This is not a separate majorities. This is a joint majority, but not a separate majorities. Cool. This will fail, and when I fix it, I will be done for the day, I think. What did I do wrong? Oh, did I not rename the test? Did I screw up and modify the wrong test? Oh, I just didn't rename it. Okay. So joint consensus is not achieved solely from simple majority. There we go. That's a good name. Oh, yes. 3324. It is a function. Call it and get the answer back. This will Hopefully it'll fail. Hey there, Sizzy Q. Sizzy Q. Oh, it didn't fail. Okay, I screwed up. It's not committing it. It should, though. Did I not have it counted correctly? Let me walk through it. Do this in the debugger. And let's put breakpoints here and here. They'll have to go. So got a yes vote, second yes, third yes, fourth. Yeah, these are all saying yes. Okay, here's one that says no. So yeah, that's 12. Right, so that's what it should have been. Oh, I got the match indexes backwards. That's what happened. Yeah. So none of the yes votes were actually matching everything, which is... Yeah, that's why it didn't work. This should properly fail now, right? Yes. Cool. So it should... This is illustrating the bug. We need separate majorities. Yeah, so people just joining, I am trying to make sure that this finer point of the algorithm is implemented correctly, that when we're changing configurations, this point here, this first break, should not be allowed until we get a majority successful return from both the old and the new set of servers. So in this case, the old set is 1 through 5, the new set's 11 through 13. So if we say that 1 through 5 and only 11 success, that means 12 and 13 failed. Even though it looks like we have a majority of servers, we don't have separate majorities. We have a unanimous majority of the old, but we only have a minority of the new. So that should prevent the entry from being committed. So right now, it should expect that it doesn't get committed. It stays at 0. What's happening is it's going to 1. It's not obeying that proper point, which is because I haven't written the code to do that yet. That's all part of this test-driven development process, right? So let's write the code there. So it's in places where we check for majorities. That would be on on receive, append entries results is 1, right? Yes. So here's the majority check. So it's just counting the number of instances. So we need to actually count, we have to actually have 2 separate counters, old and new. And yeah, let's do that. So we'll have 2 variables, total match counts, total old match counts, new match counts. So it depends on if it's in one set or the other. So if shared cluster configuration dot instance IDs dot find this entry, where is it? Sender instance number. There we go. If that is, let me break this up because it's long. We're going to increment it if it is in that set. It's in that set if it's not, if the find is not equal to end. Then total old match counts plus plus. Oh, wait a minute. It's a little bit different, isn't it? Shoot. Like, yeah, I screwed this up. We're doing an accumulation of numbers here. I need to actually have old index match counts, new index match. Index. I'm bad with names. Index match counts old servers and then new. And what are we doing here? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. There's where the logic is. That moves to here, and then this goes into here. Old servers. And then we have to have for if it's in the new set. And that's a little bit more complicated because we actually have to check to see if we are in a joint configuration. So if it's joint configuration and this, then we count the new servers, right? Or maybe we just check that at the end. Yeah, that's simpler that way. I'll check it at the end. And it is not cluster configuration, it's next cluster configuration. Then we count it in the new servers counter. And then let me think about this. So we have separate counters. So we need separate match counters, yes. And we need to do this decision thing twice, basically. So yeah. I guess if we don't have a majority of the old, we just bail. It's only if we have a majority of both. So it'll be old servers. Which means I can just I don't need two counters. Let's give that a distinct name. Okay, so it's not the number of instances anymore, it's the number of instances in it's this size. This is way too long. Let me wrap this back around. And it's even off the screen for you guys. Need to refactor this, don't I? Okay. Okay, now we say if I was gonna say if joint configuration, then we need to do another process. Otherwise, we can do that. Okay, yeah, and then right. So it's gonna be the lesser of the two that they both have minimums for. I think. This is tough. I guess yeah, we treat the two sets separately. So we're doing the counting separately. That means I have to. This is gonna look ugly. My apologies in advance. It's gonna look totally ugly. All right, so and here we're going to look at the new servers. My apologies for the horribly ugly code. But here we just, and it has to be in the minimum of the two. I believe. So the minimum of the old and new. Okay, so we iterate through the new servers this time. And then I need to reinitialize match counts. And it's not cluster configuration, next cluster configuration. Oh, you know what? It gets even more complicated because we only add one if we ourselves are in there. Shoot. Well, I don't need to do this in the outer one because we count ourselves. We have to be in the old set because if we're the leader, we had to have been in the set before. It's if we're in a joint configuration mode, we could be in the new, or we might not be. Actually, take that back. This isn't even guaranteed. We could get the joint consensus applied, and then the leader might die, and a new one might start that isn't in the old. So, yeah, I had to be careful about this too. Okay. Actually, we can simplify. I can do this a little bit differently. We can just increment. We increment it right away if we're in the old set. So if where's the find thing? This one. Find our own instance number. So shared server configuration self. If we're in the old set, just count ourselves as matched already. And then this is a majority check. If the count is greater than the total minus the count, that means we have a majority. So I need the same logic in the nested one. God, this is terrible. Only this is the next cluster configuration. And then I remove the +1 -1 hack from here. Oh, this is horrible. And this is only handling advancing the log. The other place where I have to do this is in the election process. That should be simpler though. I should make a placeholder for that as well while I'm at it. Placeholder for candidate needs separate majorities to win during joint consensus. All right. Placeholder for now, which is assert true is false. So it'll always fail. I don't know. Let's see if this works. If this works, I'll call it a day. If it fails later, I'll just make more advanced use cases, test cases. This isn't gonna work, is it? I'll get 2 failures instead of 1. Oh, no, it worked. Cool. Even though it's ugly, I think it's correct. It's terrible. I'll definitely have to come back and fix that later. But let's move on. So let's do the other one. So we'll have the same kind of setup, only then now we'll force an election to happen, and we'll try to vote. So this basically pretends that we're in joint consensus. Actually, I can fix this, right? I can just set it to No, I don't have a backdoor for it, do I? So we still need to do this stuff. So let's, we have to get an acknowledgement back as part of the setup that everyone agrees. So let's just have everyone agree. Everyone agrees we're in joint consensus. Fair enough, right? I don't need that. I don't need that check back up here either. Not including self, right? So I don't need to check that. Everyone says yes, we're in joint consensus. And then the act is that we will try to, okay, we don't want to become a leader. Do we? Oh, maybe it's simpler because, yeah, it is simpler. Yeah, never mind. We don't have to become a leader. We just need to become a candidate for the certain term. And, oh, this should be term plus 1. Or simpler, no, that is correct, right? No, simpler would be that the joint consensus is in the previous term. We're going to become a candidate in the next term. Yeah, I'm a little bit over, aren't I? So yeah, this does move back down to here. That's the act. And it's not an append entries result. It's when we become a candidate, we're starting an election. So the responses are supposed to be these request vote results. Actually, why is this true? Oh, this is if it receives another vote, another candidate's vote request. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna drop this first set. And we don't need that. But we're gonna have the same thing. We'll have that we don't get a separate majorities vote granted. This should be term. And then so here it's just vote granted is false here and vote granted is true. And then the simple check is that we expect it's a not a leader. Forget election state. So it should not be a leader. How's my voice? It's okay. I don't think I'm ever going to really plan to go more than 4 hours though, because I get hungry. Like I'm pretty hungry right now. And I might adjust my schedule so I don't have to eat such a late lunch. But I think I need a break after 4. If I ever go more than 4, I would be 4 hours break and then more hours. Actually, I guess it would be more sense to just divide in 2. So if I went from 4 to 6 hours, it would become 3 and 3. Yeah. For now, though, I think I'm just planning to stick to 4 hours a day. Okay, so this should illustrate the bug. It will become the leader even though it doesn't have separate majorities. There we go. So it was leader when it shouldn't have been. I think this should be a simpler fix. It's in on receive vote results. There's a separate majority check. Here it is. Here's the majority check. See, it's only checking the current configuration, not the next one. You should just have someone on the side hired to feed you food. That's what Mike does. Mike in principal, working on his game. Like he'll be going like 8-10 hours, and he'll like all of a sudden his wife will deliver him food, or his kids will deliver him food. That would never fly in my house. I'm expected to be at the dinner table for dinner, and if it's not dinner, then I'm supposed to make my own food. Oh, Rally Monkey, you can always come by and be my butler. I would not mind. Okay, so this is the simple case. So I guess what we'll do here, we'll say won the vote, right? We'll start it out with this. And then we'll say if a joint configuration is in effect, then we have to double check it. If shared. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. We can't just increment votes for us, can we? Shoot. Okay, we need two variables. We need votes for us old config, votes for us next config. So it would be votes for us new config is greater than this majority. No, so we'll just say if it's less than or equal to, then we did not win the vote after all. So this gets reduced to won the vote. And then this is next cluster configuration. Minus votes for us, new config. Oh, and yeah, we have to be careful about how we initialize this votes for us too. Okay, so we count it only if the voter is in the old configuration, right? So if shared config cluster configuration dot instance IDs dot find the sender is not equal to that whole thing again. I hate this. Every time I have to do this, I cringe. It makes me want to make a helper function called contains that just hides this away from me. Then we count a vote, right? And then we'll do it separately if joint. Actually, we can do it down here, right? Actually, why don't I just do that up here? Do that here. Oh, because I'm listing the votes. Okay, never mind. Okay, yes, here's what I'll do. If joint configuration, else we're going to print that diagnostic message, right? So a slightly different diagnostic message would be plus. So to indicate that there are two separate vote counts. Vote for us new config. And then this is next cluster configuration, right? A comma there. And then we have to count it right there. If next cluster configuration contains it's a vote for us in the new config. There we go. Then we won the vote only if it's single configuration or joint configuration and we have separate majorities. That works. So let's just add that variable. I'm going to change this name too. During election, this is the number of votes we have received for ourselves amongst the servers in the new configuration. And then we'll augment the old one. Or we'll call this next. These to be consistent in the current configuration. And I'll rename it right now. I should call it next here as well. Do search replace on this one. Here, not so much. So actually, if I do a search replace votes for us, which is whole word only, then I can replace it, right? There we go. Okay. I just need to make sure we don't count ourselves. We don't want to count ourselves if we're, again, if we're in the old config set, right? Shared current cluster configuration instance IDs find ourselves server self not equal. Well, let's just do the equals one first. It's easier. this dot end, else that. It's 0. Otherwise it's 1, right? And then this repeats again, but only if the joint configuration is in effect. And it's for the next cluster configuration. What's for us next config? There we go. Let's see if it works. Aha, yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. So let's check that in. Smart Git C. Yes, this is my new Git GUI. I actually do want to look at that later, so I'm not going to say don't show me again. This I don't care about. All right. Yes, so it was all about... Wait a minute, what is this? I hit the wrong thing, I think. Yeah, hit the wrong thing. All right, so server. Require separate majorities in joint. So here's where I have trouble making it short enough. My general rule is if it's too long, I make that the actual second line, and then I come up with a shorter phrase for the first line. Require separate majorities during for any decisions during joint consensus. Oh, that's just today. Yeah. I got kind of fed up with not being able to get a dark theme on Git GUI, and also that all the Git UIs so far I've used haven't really met all my latest requirements. Git GUI did up until I started streaming and wanted to use a dark theme. And I just couldn't get it to work. So this is Smart Git, and so far it's getting the top number of votes of all the ones I've looked at so far. I looked at SourceTree, GitHub Desktop, Git Blade. I was going to look at Git Kraken, but that requires that you do something like you have to register. Or no, it has to be connected to the network all the time, and so I'm like, I don't want that. There was another one I was going to try, but then it required me to like install a bunch of crap along with it. I'm like, no. And there are a few I don't even count because the minimum requirement is I need something that I can run on both the Mac and on Windows. But I'm still open to consider other alternatives. Oh, I tried Git Fork and I hated it, so that's it for Git Fork. Git Kraken is okay. I'd like to try it out without having to be on, well, that was the thing. The showstopper for me is that I had to be connected to the network. You can't run it unless you're connected. At least that's what it said. Unless you have like a special offline version. So I don't know. I might reconsider it if maybe I misunderstood the requirement that you had to be connected to the network all the time. I don't like that. I want to be able to work offline. Like once in a while in the future, I'd like to take my MacBook to the beach where I have no network other than, no network at all, and just develop there. If I were to do it streaming, of course I'd need a network, but even then I would want to minimize the network traffic to be just Twitch. And even then I want all my tools otherwise to be offline. Okay, so server, what am I going to say here? Handle separate majorities correctly. There we go. Handle it. Or the desert, yeah, there you go. So yeah, if I had no network at all, I'd just record it locally and then I'd upload it to YouTube later. All right. I haven't done this in a while. I haven't run all my tests, and it won't work unless I'm in the build directory. Actually, I'm in the wrong shell. ctest. Should run them all. Make sure nothing really broke that I didn't expect. And then I should make sure, actually, I already know this is going to tell me I have some root level changes I didn't commit. Because I changed the raft API again today. So here we go, smart gets, I really need to make a shortcut for this. This testing thing, oh, probably that happens whenever you run C-test in the wrong folder. So I can discard. How do I do it? Delete. Yes. Delete. Thank you. Delete that too. Yes. Gotta be careful when you do that though. Right, so here's the API change. So I added a method to raft. And so this mock raft had to mock it. So coordinator, update to latest raft API. Raft now includes, what was it called? Change configuration. Public method. The commit. Done. I don't need to know that. Push. Okay, we're in good state. I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to wrap up the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed today. It felt really good to get through the whole plan. So, at least from the raft perspective, we can now dynamically change our cluster configuration. I guess the next step would be to integrate this into my coordinator. There's some extra steps here I had here. Expect that we'll update the orchestrators at 2 different points. So at this point, we need to tell it about the joint config, and here we'll have to send it the new only. Basically, at this point, the new servers are started up for us by the orchestrators. At this point, the old ones are shut down. And so that work will have to be done in both the coordinator and the orchestrator. So I'll probably work on that tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me go look off stream to see who we can raid. Who can we raid? Simuleos or Lucky No 7 maybe? What's Lucky No 7 doing? It says it's a charity stream, I guess. Let's start a new / old project. Twitch dev. Dev overflow. Keep it simple. I don't know, but I haven't rated him in a bit. If you don't know Lucky No 7, he is a web dev streamer. I think. I might be getting him confused with another streamer, but you guys might recognize him from Adam's stream. I think he is part of that community as well. So let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to him. Hold on, let me do this right. There's the link. I'm gonna pass you guys over to him if you don't mind. So let me get set up to do that. Think I got it right. Okay. I haven't yet gotten my stream skills up to where I can quickly end the stream, so I apologize. Apologies for the taking a bit of time. Anyway, hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'll be around 10 a.m. Pacific. In the meantime, I got a Discord. I should probably just link that right now. My normal schedule 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, and then in the meantime, there's a Discord if you'd like to get an announcement when I'm about to stream. It'll be there, and I'll usually either the night before or the morning of, I'll be adding a new page to kind of put the plan together. If you would like to look at the notebook and see what I'm going to do, it'll be there. So okay, that about wraps it up, and let's go raid now. See you guys later. See you later.